to complete a mental health psych eval and a substance use assessment. Have either of those been done?
Yes, they both have been done.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review both of those?
I have not.
You have not seen your assessments?
No, no, they never show me those.
Okay, you definitely should get a copy of those so you can see those. What the substance abuse assessment is recommending is that you complete basically residential substance abuse treatment. So we'll talk about that. And then on your psych eval, it looks like the diagnosis is a history of depression. It says major generalized anxiety disorder, and then opioid use disorder, alcohol use disorder, benzodiazepine use disorder, stimulant use disorder. And so the psych eval also recommends that you participate in a formal substance abuse treatment. It does discuss your pain from your back injury and that maybe you can be referred to a pain management clinic.
Okay, yeah, a pain clinic.
And then even though you are compliant with your medications, you are still highly anxious. And you may want to discuss adjusting the medications with a provider.
Okay.
So that's kind of what your psych eval.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. I apologize. I did see the psych eval. I didn't see the first one, but the psych eval, I did see that one.
Okay, great.
So sorry.
So talk to me about what is your substance abuse history? What's your drug of choice?
I had back surgery back in 2004. I had severe scoliosis. They put in 2 Harrington rods from neck to waist with hooks and screws. About 6 months after the surgery, one of the rods broke. And so from that point, before the surgery, I was on pain medication for about a year prior. And then we had the surgery, continued on pain medication, especially after the break of the hardware. One of the rods broke. And then about 3-4 months after that, the other rod broke. And so I was in chronic pain. We sought additional help to other providers in Utah. No one could really give a solution to the problem. It was pretty much so badly done that I was told by several surgeons. We went even out of state, Texas, Arizona, California, was told that basically the only way that they would get someone to redo the surgery would I'd have to sign my life away, that I'm a walking lawsuit just because of how bad the surgery was done. So that started my history of me being on pain medication. And then that's what started the anxiety. After probably 5 years of being on that, my doctor had put me on some anxiety medication.
Okay, and when you were on the pain medications, did you start to abuse those then?
No, I was always very accurate with following what was prescribed to me. They just continued because of so then I had one of the screws break and one of the hooks break. So it just started getting worse and worse. And so I was under doctor's advice the entire time. I saw several doctors every single month for about 18 years. And then just increased my medication to the point I was very dependent on it. And I was at one point prescribed 3 OxyContin 80s and then 15 milligram of oxycodone. So I was highly medicated.
Okay. So what about when we look at the psych eval where it says that, the benzodiazepine use disorder, alcohol use disorder, methamphetamine. Tell me about that. So what's your history with alcohol?
So I had an issue with my, just with my probation officer with alcohol. I don't drink alcohol, but that my last thing was, I had done a test and it came up showing positive of alcohol. I don't not drink alcohol. We think it was mouthwash that I had that morning.
Okay.
My whole history has been the pain medication, and then the anxiety medication, and it also had me on sleep medication as well.
What about, it talks about stimulant. What about methamphetamine or anything like that?
I did try that for a short time. When I got my last DUI in 2019, it was around COVID time, and I was fearful of being without my medication, and so I was trying to find other, I guess, ways of getting off the medication, and I tried that, but then that was just a weekend thing, and then I was diagnosed with ADHD, which they put me on Adderall, and so I'd been taking Adderall for years. And
Okay, because yeah, your DUI, it looks like you tested positive for methamphetamine, amphetamine, opiates, and benzodiazepine. So the opiates and benzos, were those prescribed?
yes, yes,
And then you were using meth on top of that?
yeah.
Okay. What have you been doing while you've been in prison for pain management?
I've actually been off my pain medication for 3 years now. I've worked with doctors for probably about 5 years of weaning me off the medication, just because it's not a way to live, and it was just a Band-Aid not fixing this problem. I seeked additional help. I do meditation now. I do a lot of self hypnosis for the medication, and I'm now just taking, while I've been here, Tylenol and ibuprofen. And
Okay.
and I also, my father is also was in medicine, and I know that being on the pain medication for 18 years, just my body wasn't giving me any pain management, and so that was our hope, that if I got off it, that my body would start helping with the pain management. Just because I've been on the medication for so long, it wasn't working anymore. And so
Okay.
that kind of has my body's come back to normal, where I'm getting probably more pain management now being off it than I did on it. So that's
Okay.
good.
What happened with your incident with UTA? What was going on at that time?
I absconded, time when I was, had time for my jail time out of fear of just the unknown. I am a out and open gay man, and that was a big part of my fear of going to jail. So I
Okay.
absconded, and
So you had a threat that you were going to get jail time and you were fearful for your safety?
yes,
Okay.
yes, I thought, yeah, just the unknown.
Has that been okay in prison?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, you've done okay.
Yeah. I've actually been very
Okay.
blessed with where they put me in stuff. So
Good, good.
yeah.
Talk to me about when released, where will you live?
I live with my fiance. We live in Vineyard, Utah County.
And
Yeah,
does she have any drug use issues or criminal
no.
history issues?
No, he does not. He's.
Oh, sorry.
No,
You
you're
just
fine.
told me that. I apologize.
You're totally fine.
Okay, so
No,
he
he
does
is-
not have
He is a
any
Boy
drug,
Scout.
okay.
No, he not at all. At all.
How long have you
He's
been with
perfect.
him?
For 3 years now.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then
we're
what
engaged.
will you do for work?
He does wood turning and I do interior design, and we are creating a business together, making furniture. I'm gonna sell furniture and open a wood turning shop.
Okay. And then, what would be your plan with any treatment?
Any treatment that's prescribed. I did do treatment on out when I did my probation time. They had me I did a criminal and addictive thinking course, relapse prevention, alcohol and other drug education. And then I just completed the DUI course on the tablet here, but I will do any other thing that is required or told me.
Okay. So one thing I'm a little confused about, and I don't know your entire history, but it's clear from this, both from your substance abuse assessment and your psych eval, that they think you need inpatient, pretty significant substance abuse treatment. But what you're telling me, you know, and they have you for alcohol use disorder and stimulant use disorder. But then you're telling me, you know, the meth was just sort of a one weekend type thing, that you don't really drink alcohol, and that the opiate problem is under control. So I'm a little confused by those two things. Can you explain that?
Yeah, upon the gentleman that did my psych eval, upon reading written statement that my probation officer wrote, it was where I had gone over to a friend's house. They were cooking. I was dishonest with some information that I gave him, and so it was showed up when I did my test, my drug or my alcohol test, that there was alcohol in my system at the time, and so that's why he wrote that down, just as just because what
But
the
it's
probation
still,
officer
it's still
wrote.
not making sense, because if your opiate pain is under control and methamphetamine was just, you know, a weekend thing, and you don't use alcohol, I would be surprised that both assessments are recommending inpatient. So I'm confused by that.
I guess it would just be with how long I've been on the medication, the pain medication and anxiety medication. I was on that for 18 years. There was a time where I was going through, probably like about 6 months, I was going through my pain medication quickly, and was very dependent on it. Everything I did every single day, from getting up to, say, friends wanted me to go to the mall, or we wanted to go to a movie or something like that, always having to figure out how much pain medication I had, if I could go do this, go do that. My entire life literally evolved around my medications.
Okay.
And so I think maybe that's where that's coming from, just because I was on it for such a long period of time, and I was so dependent on it.
Okay. What, do you know if you can get into the residential drug treatment program in Gunnison?
I live in Utah County, so I would see if I could go there, but yeah, I do have,
Well,
I
one
have
of the
some-
recommendations might be that you complete it while in custody. There's nothing from keeping you from completing it in custody, right?
no, I have no write-ups and
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so the next step is that I'm just one of 3 votes. I'm gonna look at your substance abuse evaluation and your psych eval more closely. I mostly just have summaries of those right now.
Okay.
And then I will make a recommendation, given that both of those recommend inpatient, that's definitely going to be a recommendation. The question is going to be if it's while you're incarcerated, or release you on parole with, you know, with the requirement that you do that.
I thought on the when I read the psych eval, he did write on there, he didn't think I needed that in the prison. He said out.
That is true.
patient.
That
Okay.
is true. So
Okay.
I'm gonna look at those, and we make the decision pretty quickly within the next 2 weeks. You'll get a letter with a decision, and then your fiance or people on the outside can actually look it up online sooner than you'll get it.
Okay.
So if they just search your name or your inmate number, it will show our decision online sooner than you'll get a letter.
Okay.
Okay, do you have any questions for me?
I do not. No, thank you.
Okay, I wish you the best of luck,
Thank
and
you.
we'll make a decision quickly with your date coming up quickly.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, have a
Take
good
care.
day.
You too. Drive home safely.
Thank you. I know, the drive I didn't need to do.
All right, thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I got the thumbs up. So is your first name Jarvis then?
Yes, ma'am.
You're one of those guys who has two last names.
Yeah.
Or a first. So Jarvis Sam is your name?
Yes, ma'am.
And your offender number is 241596?
Yes.
And it looks like this is the only time you've been committed to the Utah State Prison?
Yes, ma'am.
And your guideline date is June 25th, 2025.
Yes.
Let me go through some logistical things with you. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
No, but I did get one blue packet.
Okay, so you have a right to have 7 days' notice of this hearing. If
Okay.
you did not get 7 days' notice, we can still move forward, or you can ask to move this to a different time.
I'm fine. We could. I knew.
Yeah, I would recommend moving forward.
Yeah.
And you said you did receive your blue packet?
Yes.
Were
I
there
did.
any changes or corrections in there?
No, not that I've seen. No.
All right, and then do you agree to be placed under oath and tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please raise your right hand as best you can? And do you agree to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. So in your packet, there is what's called an offense summary, talking about your DUI. Is that offense summary accurate?
Offense summary. Like how it went, how it happened, or
Yes.
yeah, it's basically how it happened. Yeah.
Okay.
I was responsible for the DUI. Yes.
Okay. What number DUI was this for you?
In Utah, it's 4, and New Mexico was 1, which was way long time ago. Like
Okay.
2002 or something.
Okay. So your fourth DUI in Utah.
Yeah,
So talk to me about that. Talk to me. Do you have an alcohol abuse
I did.
problem?
I did, but ended up in the hospital, which was a real wake-up call. My liver wasn't fine.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. Is there a microphone there for you?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay,
Now I
yeah.
can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I had an alcohol problem, but, I hit a reality check with my health. My liver was damaged, so I completely quit in 2023, so the end of 23. I was hospitalized for 3 days, and, I've been sober since. I've been going to AA, I've got my coins, and pretty much, a lot of things have changed since then.
Okay, talk to me about that. How many days sober are you then?
Well, prior to this arrest, almost a year, about maybe 6 months. And then I got arrested.
Okay,
Uh,
so did you relapse then?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Yeah, and I had a warrant, which I ended up in Cedar City, Iron County, which ended up being up this way.
okay. So tell me that again. How long were you sober before you relapsed?
I was sober about 6.5 months. I got a 5-month coin from AA. I was taking
Okay,
AA in Castledale, Utah, where my job was.
okay.
Yeah. real good
Um,
people.
okay, how often were you going to AA?
Every Tuesday and Thursday.
And what happened with your relapse?
Um, I wanted to spend time with my baby mom. So, yeah, but she's also in a sober living also. So she's sobered up as
Oh, great.
well. So, yeah, all this,
Um,
is- me being incarcerated changed a lot. for
in
the
a good
people.
way?
Yes, it has.
Okay. How many children do you have?
I just got one daughter and 2 stepsons.
How old is she?
She's 9.
Okay. And then when you say baby mom, then I'm guessing that's the mom of your daughter?
Yes.
Okay, and are you guys still together?
We talk like it, but I'm not sure. Well, I'm in here.
Okay,
Yeah,
but she got sober as well?
yeah.
All right. Did you have, you underwent the substance abuse evaluation. Did you see a copy of that?
Yes, I think I have. Is it that white paper?
Yeah, and it's recommending that you do basically inpatient substance abuse treatment. Did you see that?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about briefly, if you were released, where will you live?
I'll live with my sister, which is in Blanding, Utah, and she's zero tolerant to alcohol.
Okay,
So she's basically the only one that's been actually helping me out with phone calls and money and stuff. Yeah.
okay. And
So
what will you do for work?
I still have my job.
What is that? Construction?
Yeah, working for solar farms, solar panels and solar farms. Right now,
Where is
they're
that?
in Castledale, Utah right now. And after
Okay.
that, they should be in, Green River. after
Okay.
that. Yeah. I get those mixed up.
And then what about, have you done treatment before for alcohol?
Just like, classes out of, behavioral health at our local clinic. And AA classes.
Okay. Do you plan on continuing AA when you get out of custody?
Absolutely.
Do you have a sponsor?
Yeah, I do. Put it into my phone and A lot of
Okay.
phone numbers I haven't gotten yet.
Okay. So how long have you been at the prison?
Well, I've been incarcerated since June, but I arrived at the prison in September.
Okay. All right, so the next steps are, I'm gonna review your substance abuse assessment a little more closely.
Okay,
Like I said, it is recommending residential. So the question is going to be if we recommend you complete the program while you're incarcerated or release you on parole and have you do some sort of treatment when you're out. I'm only one vote of three. So
Okay.
I go back and make a recommendation. And then two other people have to agree with that recommendation before it becomes the decision.
okay,
You will get a letter with the decision, but it also will post online. And it generally hits online more quickly.
okay,
So your sister or someone or your baby mom on the outside can look that up.
okay.
Do you have
She-
any questions for me?
As far as treatment, my sister was trying to get me into treatment, but I just barely, she had me get onto Utah Medicaid, so we're gonna go that route. So we're barely getting that situated as a,
Okay,
from my side, and she, I think it'll be in Grand Junction, I think she said, or Provo, somewhere, I can't remember.
okay.
But that's
You-
also
you-
a step for me when I get out.
Okay. You also happen to be in the jail that offers the residential substance abuse, so we'll take that into account too.
Okay,
Okay?
yes, I just want to make it clear.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah, if you're getting Medicaid, that will help with
yeah,
treatment programs. Okay. All right, well, I wish you the best of luck and we should have a decision fairly quickly, okay?
okay, great. You have an awesome day.
You as well.
Yeah, thank you, bye.
to get a thumbs up that we're recording and then we'll get started, okay?
Okay,
I
no
got it.
problem.
All right, good morning. Are you Aaron SHARRAR?
Yes, ma'am.
And your offender number is 247904?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cara Tangaro and I'll be conducting your hearing today. Just for the record, I'm at the prison in Salt Lake and you were on video at Gunnison, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like your guideline date is May 22nd, 2025, and this is the date and time for an original hearing. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
And did you receive your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am. A couple weeks ago.
And were there any changes or corrections in your blue packet?
Meaning,
Did you need to correct anything that's in there or was it all accurate?
it was all accurate except the part where it said I was homeless. I've never been homeless.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know that.
Okay.
Are you willing to be placed under oath and agree to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you agree to tell the truth and be accurate today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, thank you. So let's look at this. It looks like you were sentenced to prison on quite a few third-degree felonies, and then there's a Class A misdemeanor as well. In your packet, there's what's called an offense summary, and it gives a brief summary of all of your cases. It looks like you have a case ending in 2919, which would be the burglary. A case ending in 3853, which is possession with intent. A case ending 4761, which is possession with intent. Case ending 2587, which is possession or use. And then a case ending in 5067, which is failure to stop at the command of a law enforcement officer. And then there's 1027, which is possession of a controlled substance. Are those summaries accurate in your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. So let's talk, obviously, these all seem to be related to substance abuse and use. Talk to me about that. What is your drug of choice?
Well, back then, it was mainly just weed and alcohol, but I did meth just for a short period of time. And then once I caught the distribution cases, I kind of just chilled out on everything except the weed. And I was mainly just selling at the time just to try to survive. And a lot of it was just, I just wanted to, I guess, be cool and sell drugs, you know? I don't know.
Okay. How old are you?
Me, I just turned 36.
All right. You're too old to be cool and selling drugs.
Yes, ma'am, I know that now.
So you were selling heroin, but you didn't use it?
No, ma'am.
And have you received any treatment?
Yeah, a little bit of treatment when I was, are you talking about in here or on the outs?
Both.
Oh yeah, I was in Odyssey House for about 2 months, and since I've been in here, I've been productive doing substance use treatment on the tablet. I've also completed MRT and Unlock Your Thinking and CBT and a few
Good
other
job.
courses online, and also got a whole bunch of certifications for like HVAC and plumbing
Oh,
to
good
kind
for
of
you.
utilize my time. Thank you.
I'm just taking notes.
Okay.
What happened with the Odyssey House? Did you leave?
I didn't leave. I got in a physical altercation with somebody. This guy named, his name is Manny. He came out the shower, and I guess he recognized me from 2 years previous. We kept going back and forth about how we knew each other, and then he just got on top of me and started hitting me. And even though I didn't hit him back, Odyssey House made the decision. They said that we staged a fight to sabotage our treatment, and they kicked me out.
Okay. It's a tough program. I'm a defense attorney in the real world, so
Okay.
I have a lot of clients who go through
I-
Odyssey.
I did get something from it from the 2 months because I haven't drank since then, you know. So, I mean, so that was kind of good. You know, I wish I would have been able to stay there longer and finish something, you know. MRT is like the first real program that I've completed. So I'm proud of myself for that.
Good,
But,
good for you. And that was one of the things that we had requested that you get done. So good job getting that done.
Thank you.
So would you say then that alcohol and weed were your biggest issues?
Yes, ma'am. I quit drinking though in 2021.
Okay. So you've been sober since then from alcohol?
Yeah, and meth too. Probably the end of 2021, early 2022, maybe.
Okay. And then, were you still using weed?
Yeah, up until about 4 months before I got incarcerated.
Okay. All right, what's your plan upon release? Where do you want to live?
I want to live with a family friend. He's kind of like an uncle to me. He's on 600 South, 300 East, and
In Salt Lake?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's by the downtown library downtown.
okay. And then what would you plan to do for employment?
Employment. I've already been in contact with my old boss. I've been working traffic control and flagging, setting out traffic cones and stuff, and
Okay,
I've already been told that I can have my job back and do that. And also, I want to do some finish getting my high school diploma at Horizonte. I want to do that too because I've already put in a lot of effort to get it done here. And
how close are you to doing that there?
I'm 9 credits right now, but when I finish turning in these packets that I have, I'll be at 13 credits, and I've already have them completed. I just have to finish doing the essay, so I'll be at 13 as soon as I turn in the packets.
How many credits do you need? I don't know
It's 23 total,
Okay,
and I've gotten all those from 0 from here.
awesome, good for you. It sounds like you've been really productive.
Yeah, I've been trying to.
Yeah, good.
And oh, okay. And lastly,
going.
I want to try to get in some sort of some mental health here because I just started taking meds again. And as much as I want to say I really don't want to be on meds, they do help, you know. So that's the last thing that I want to try to do when I get out. Something
What-
stable.
What are
Ma'am?
you taking medications for?
It's a mood stabilizer for
Okay.
bipolar 2.
Okay, and you feel like that's been helping?
Yeah, I've only been on this current medication for 5 days. I was taking another one for like a year and a half, and they stopped me taking it because it interacted with another medication. But yeah, it's too soon to notice if this one's really working, you know. But
Yeah.
oh,
Okay. What about, so the one case you had, was with an ex-wife. It dates back to 2021, but the burglary, what's your relationship with her at this point?
yeah, just a correction. She wasn't an ex-wife. She was just a friend, and I stayed at her
Oh,
house.
okay.
Yeah, we had I don't know why they put that in there, but I wasn't gonna argue with it. It was at a party, and she had gave me permission to, you know, to stay there, but not while she was at work. And I just thought it would be okay to return there. And I took a few things that didn't belong to me. It belonged to her ex who was actually incarcerated. And I was just being petty and took it just because. I regret that, but I'm
So
sorry.
have you had any contact with her at all?
Yeah, just briefly. I've seen her a few times in public and stuff, you know. At first few times it was like rough. She tried to she tried to pepper spray me, but we've actually had some intelligent conversations since then, but I haven't talked to her since at least a year before I got locked up.
Okay. So it looks like you had a chance at probation. Why do you think you failed at probation?
I think I failed at probation because I felt like I didn't have to check in. I heard some things that I didn't like from my probation officer, and instead of just, you know, I guess listening to him or talking to him about it, I figured that I would just not want to report anymore. And I regret doing that. I can comply with probation or parole. I've been successful in the past at doing it. And it's a mistake that I regret.
Were you using at the time?
Yeah, I had a few dirty UAs, but I wasn't like actively using. I actually just got high a couple different times. So
If paroled,
yes,
do
ma'am.
do you think it would be helpful for you to be paroled to a community corrections place before? Or do you think that would be helpful for you or not?
It's whatever. I'm up to whatever you guys recommend. Basically, if you guys wanted me to go to CCC, I would definitely do it, and I'll be able to complete it. But I also do have an address to go to, and I also have treatment that I myself have lined up in here since I couldn't get in a drug program. I've lined up several different treatment programs and got acceptance letters from them as well. So
What would those be?
Odyssey House and Valley Epic Core, and also Steps Recovery in Draper.
Okay. And the EPIC is sort of dual diagnoses, right? That's for
Yes,
people
ma'am.
with mental health and substance abuse.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When we make release decisions, we cannot specify a certain treatment place because, you know, all sorts of things can happen. They can not have a bed or things can change. But I appreciate, that's good that you've sought out places and been accepted to various places. So the next step is that I go back, write up a summary of this and make a recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm only one vote, 3 people have to agree on it.
Okay.
And then that becomes the decision. You'll receive a letter with our decision.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you have anyone on the outside, they will be able to look it up online by your name or offender number. It usually hits online a little sooner.
Okay.
And so I'll take all of this into consideration and make a decision, you know, that hopefully will allow you to be successful.
Okay. I
Do
appreciate
you
your
have any
time.
questions for me?
No, ma'am. I just appreciate you guys' time. I know you guys are busy, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I want to give you credit for all the, you know, for being productive in there. You would be surprised that obviously if you're sent somewhere like that, it makes sense to try and be productive, but a lot of people are not.
Yeah, they're
So,
just doing time. I get that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what you're doing, getting the MRT and the CBT and working on your diploma or your GED, all of that is taken into account when we make a decision. You know,
Thank you.
sometimes we have people who behave really badly in there and it's like, how do you expect us to release you if you can't behave in there?
Yeah, still making the
Um,
same behaviors while they're in here. I get it.
Yeah, so I just want to tell you, I appreciate that you've been working hard and doing your best to be productive in there, and it does not go unnoticed.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
All right, good luck to you, and we'll make
All
a
right.
decision fairly quickly, okay?
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well.
Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. This is the victim impact hearing for Clark Crookston. Is that you, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Offender number 254115. Obviously, we're on video today, so if at any point you can't hear or see, please let staff know so we can get that fixed, okay? All right, and I also acknowledge that we have quite a few people here in the hearing room as well, and that you're appearing from the Central Utah Correctional Facility. So, Mr. Crookston, there are some legal things that we need to talk through today. But the main purpose of this hearing is to hear from victim impact statements. We'll go ahead and put those on the record. And just so everyone's clear, this isn't a parole hearing. We're not considering a grant of parole. This is about victim impact. You'll have a chance to respond to anything that's said. And if you have any questions of me as we go along, feel free to ask. Okay, Mr. Crookston?
yes,
Okay. Let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
yes,
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Now, the board discloses the information that we may be using to make a decision. Sometimes that's called the blue packet. Did you receive your disclosure?
yes,
Okay, did you have a chance to review that?
yes,
Okay. The reason we disclose it is so that you have a chance to respond, to make any corrections, and to submit any material of your own. Do you have any questions or concerns about your disclosure?
the only thing where it said there were 2 victims involved, my understanding is that the charges I was given was just against the one.
Okay, you have 3 convictions there. 2 of them are attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child. So you have 2 of those. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
Okay. And did you read the pre-sentence report?
yes,
Okay. Is the pre-sentence report accurate?
I would have to go back and review it again, but I do not remember any errors the first time I read it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll make a note of that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along. Do you have any other questions or concerns about disclosure?
Not at the moment.
Okay. And did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Close to that, if not that.
Okay. Do you feel like you need more time to prepare for this hearing, or have you had enough time and we can go forward today?
Since I've never been in an impact or victim impact hearing before, I wasn't sure what to prepare for.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to cover some of the legal things before we get started on this. So you're here for case 191401247. As I said, it's attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child, 2nd-degree felony. There are 2 of those, and 1 dealing in materials harmful to a minor. That's a 3rd-degree felony. The sentences on the 2nd-degree felonies are 1 to 15 years. And the sentence on the 3rd-degree felony is 0 to 5 years. The judge ran those consecutively or one after the other. So effectively, your sentence has a minimum of 2 years. And if you're doing the math on that, you might say, well, that's 35 years. But just to be clear, there is a statute that says there's a 30-year limit on aggregate consecutive sentencing. So that 30-year limit would be April 25th of 2052. And that should have been on your time accounting paperwork, Mr. Crookston. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, I understand that at the original sentencing, that with the plea agreement, it would be 66 months. And it looks like the paperwork had that go out 3 or 4 months in addition. So I was confused with that.
Okay, that's a good question. So the range of your sentence is 2 years to 30 years. The board can release you at any point during that sentence. To do that, the board looks and starts with a sentencing guideline. Sentencing guidelines are developed by the Sentencing Commission, not the board, and they're approved by the legislature. So there's a guideline of how much would be expected, perhaps in a typical case. That guideline for you is 69 months, and that guideline date would be January 25th of 2028. Now, the board can find aggravating factors to go above the guideline or mitigating factors to go below the guideline. Aggravating factors can be things about the offense that set it apart from other offenses in that crime category. It can be violations, institutional behavior, discipline, things like that. Mitigating factors can be program completion, compliance, good behavior, things like that. So the guideline is 69 months. You've pointed out that, you know, at one point during the court proceeding, they thought maybe it was 66. Did you see the guideline calculation? It should have had a matrix on it that we sent to you.
I did.
Okay. And it also had the guidelines are from your criminal history, which gives you a row, and then the presenting offense, which gives you a column. Do you think that 69 months is inaccurate?
Only from what I understood at the time of the plea bargain.
Okay. Thinking about that paper, was there anything on there that was inaccurate that should be changed?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. I'll make sure we review that guideline for accuracy. If you see something on that that is inaccurate, you can let us know, and we'll review that and get it corrected. But as I look at it, it would be 69 months. Okay. Now, the next thing, the board sets original hearing dates. We do that within the first few months of someone coming to prison. We do that because the statute requires it, but also it lets people know what to expect, that there would be some hearing at some point in the future. It could be years away. We also will tell people what we expect as far as treatment or programming. It's pretty typical that the board will set an original hearing under the guideline date. The reason we set it under the guideline date is because we don't know how compliant you'll be or if you'll complete programming. So as a typical course, we'll set it under the guideline and then see how you do. That allows the future board to release somebody under the guideline if that's merited, or that board can certainly go to guideline or go above guideline, depending on what's going on with the case. So your original hearing is set for January 2027. That's 1 year under the guideline. As I explained, that's deliberate on the board's part, so we can consider both mitigating and aggravating factors at that time. We also set an expectation for sex offender treatment. Those of you who may be looking online or looking at our orders, you may have seen things like an SOT memo or an SOT program. So that's referring to reports from the sex offender treatment program that we expect at that hearing. And we'll review that progress that you've made or not made when it comes time for that. Now, when we do set hearings, many times they're years in the future, and by rule, people can request a victim impact hearing, which is why we're here today. We allow that so people can put their testimony on the record for the future board and make sure that the board is aware of things. Also, just to point out, victims and victim representatives always have the option of how they want to participate. They can attend any hearing. Some people prefer to submit things in writing, which is just fine. Others would like to testify, and others prefer just to remain silent and observe and see how things go. So however victims choose to participate is absolutely fine. So in this case, and also to point out, anyone else is welcome to submit things in writing for the board to consider. Anyone from the public or the community or the extended family. We'll put those in the file and consider them. As far as today, we're limited to victim representatives testifying. So we won't go beyond that. But if any of you feel like you need to submit anything extra, and several of you have already, I've received those. You can do so in writing after the hearing. You can send those to the board. Okay, Mr. Crookston, do you have any questions for me?
You mentioned the SOTP program. I
Yes.
understand there's been delays in people being able to get into the program. Do you have any influence on helping me to get into that?
We, when we make an order, and again, it's kind of prison lingo, but when we make something contingent, that gives people a priority to get into the program. When we set an expectation of a program, which is where you are, the board has set an expectation that you complete that program. And we've set a due date that the program is aware of so that it would be completed approximately by the January 2027 hearing. So you do have some priority that we've given you because we set that as an expectation for you. Beyond that, that's several years away. There may be some staffing changes. I don't know how things will work out. We'll look at it in 2027. I would encourage you to enroll when you can and to work hard in that program.
There's been some talk that depending on the interview with the psychologist, whether that can be completed outside or whether it's supposed to be completed inside. And I was told that after the preliminary SO program, that I might do that on the outside. Would that be after my release date, or when would I expect to do that?
Okay, so the SOT program does have psychologists, professionals that are evaluating people who are enrolled. They do risk assessments. Sometimes the course of treatment recommended is a little different, maybe based on risk level and need level. Sometimes they'll make a recommendation to the board that a person should do treatment in the outside community. So the board can look at that recommendation when and if we receive that. We don't have any recommendation like that now. The other thing I think you're referencing is there are different sex offender treatment programs. There's SOT pre-treatment that a lot of people do first before they do core treatment. So at this point, I don't know what recommendation would be made for you as far as treatment. So I'm encouraging you to work on that and go forward as best you can.
Who do I follow up with to see when, et cetera, that'll be offered?
Well, you can talk with your case manager. Also, you are able to contact the SOT program. I think you're trying to ask them where you might be on the waiting list or when you might anticipate being enrolled or when somebody would see you for an assessment or an evaluation. I don't know the answers to those questions, but you can start with your case manager.
I've already had the assessment, so I'll go back with my case manager.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay. And you will have a chance at the end to respond or ask any other questions. So I will check back with you at the end. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I understand that two victim representatives would like to speak today. I'll be asking you to come to this microphone over there. We are live streaming, so members of the public would be able to hear you. We don't have the cameras set on there because we respect your privacy, so you won't be visible online. But I will need you to say your name, and we'll need to swear you in, okay? So I have John and Sarah War. Who would like to go first? Okay, please come to the microphone. Okay, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your name for the record.
Sarah War.
Okay. And what would you like the board to know in this matter?
I'd like to begin to thank you, Board Member Johnson, for allowing me this opportunity to be here and speak with you concerning my father, Clark Crookston. I want to begin by thanking our many close family and friends who have taken time out of their busy schedules, and some of whom have traveled great distances to be here to show their love and support to our family. It is because of this group here today, and some who are unable to make it, that our family has been able to endure the past several years. They have been with us through those dark years of pain and heartache, and have been as angels holding us up when life has felt so bleak. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. We are so incredibly and sincerely grateful for each and every one of you. Today, I'd like to share with you some of the ways our family has been affected by Clark's abuse. I will also express our concerns and wishes regarding Clark's sex offender treatment, duration of sentence, and his future assigned supervisor when he is released from prison. My husband, John, will share with you how our family has been affected by how Clark has chosen to respond after his abuses were reported. This coming March will mark 6 years since our daughters first entered the Children's Justice Center, which was converted from an old home in South Provo. It was there on a cold, dismal day that our 2 young daughters at the tender ages of 8 and 10 underwent many long, grueling hours of intense and highly emotional forensic interviews that dove deep into the details of their sexual abuse inflicted by their grandfather. This day marked the beginning of a new era for our family. As our children underwent their interviews, a group of professionals at the center spoke with me and warned me that there were 3 things that I could expect to happen or find out in the following months or years. They were, number 1, what I knew that day was just the tip of the iceberg, and that the abuse was much likely more deep and serious than I was aware of at that present moment. Number 2, the abuse had been going on for much longer than I was aware of. And number 3, this would divide our extended family, including my siblings. All 3 warnings proved to be correct. Starting with the first warning, we found out later that the abuse was more severe than we originally knew. The effects of the abuse in our family has been tremendous. Today, I will not share the details of some of the more sensitive or personal effects of the abuse, as that can be done in a letter to the board if necessary. But here is a generalized list of some of the emotional, psychological, behavioral, and physical effects alongside some long-term impacts of what many people experience as a result from childhood sexual abuse, and many of which our family has had to deal with. They are trauma, PTSD, depression, anxiety, panic attacks, guilt, shame, difficulty with trust and relationships, self-harm, suicidal thoughts or behaviors, suicide, sexualized behavior, substance abuse, eating disorders, difficulty in school or work, avoidance behaviors, chronic pain, sexual health issues, sleep disorders, stress and hormone imbalances, impact on the immune system, difficulty with parenthood, mental and health disorders, and risk of revictimization. Time is yet another precious thing stolen from survivors of sexual abuse, a commodity as vital as life itself. This loss is one of the profound effects of abuse, as survivors trade countless possibilities for the hours, days, and years spent dealing from its wounds. For our family, this healing has demanded an immense toll. time to search for the right therapists, to travel back and forth to appointments, to correspond and coordinate with those providers, and to sit through sessions themselves. Beyond that, the emotional, mental, and physical burdens of Clark's actions inflicted have drained us further, sapping thousands of hours from our lives. For me, this has meant I couldn't be as good of a wife or mother as I'd wanted to be. My dreams overshadowed by the stress, anguish, and exhaustion his abuse left behind. The second warning was that the abuse had been happening for much longer than we knew. We found out later from other survivors of Clark's abuse that his pattern of sexual perpetration began when he was but a young teenager. A chilling 60-year pattern of sexual predation that has scarred 3 generations. This prolonged history amplifies his danger. Clark wields tremendous influence within both his family and community to a reach that has fueled his threat. Clark comes from a large, close-knit family with frequent reunions, as do his in-laws, with whom he is also very close to and shares in regular gatherings, or he would share in regular gatherings. He's the oldest living male in his family. Many have revered him as the family patriarch, holding him in high regard. His network is staggering. Over 100 nieces and nephews, an even larger number of great-nieces and nephews, plus his own family of 8 children, 35 grandchildren, and now a great-grandchild. Beyond family, Clark cultivated a sterling public image. Before his imprisonment, his neighbors honored him with a community award, planting a sign in his yard to praise his service. He was deeply woven into his church community as well, serving alongside my mother in primary callings and missions and holding roles such as bishop and seminary teacher. In the years before his abuses came to light, he approached some of my siblings, extended family, and even neighbors, offering to teach their children sex education, touting his supposed expertise with unsettling confidence. At his sentencing, more voices emerged. Courageous individuals who reported their abuse and grooming and character statements to the judge. Clark has long had a vast pool of potential targets, and without proper safety measures in place, he could target them once again when he is released. A third warning, the one that shocked me the most, was that reporting Clark's abuse would surely split my family. I pushed back, telling the professionals my family wouldn't fracture like other families. I was convinced we would be different, that our family would believe me and they would rally to protect children and other victims. I was wrong. Words can't capture the disbelief and fear that hit me when, soon after I reported Clark to the authorities, he and my mother directed one of my siblings to contact all my other siblings and extended family members and instruct them not to speak to me if I reached out to them about what she labeled was a, quote, disagreement between Sarah and Clark. My mother reinforced this with texts and emails, scrambling to bury the truth. Sadly, some members followed their lead, shutting me out as I tried to warn them to safeguard their children from Clark. Fortunately, there were several in my immediate and extended family, and also many friends, that when they heard the news, they immediately believed us and became stalwart supporters and, as you can see, continue their unwavering support today. One thing I never foresaw was how several of my family would respond to this. Not in a million years could I have imagined that my dear mother, who raised and cared for and loved me, would turn her back on our family, all to, quote, protect her eternal companion, as she put it. I have lost both parents in a way that is more painful than had they died, left orphaned in an instant. The betrayal and abandonment cut deeper than words can express. I've accepted that my father is a deranged man, but I never expected my mother to choose to shield the perpetrator over standing with her own children and grandchildren, his victims. I expected so much more from her. It has now been almost 6 years that my mother has not spoken to me. Our children have felt the loss. And betrayal and abandonment of a person who was once a constant in their lives. She made a deliberate choice to heed her attorney's advice, abandoning us to support a predator, all in an effort to shield her husband from consequences rather than standing with the victims. This betrayal feels overwhelming, and it has shattered my sense of trust in the one person I always believed would protect me and my children. From the beginning, I have chosen to speak truth and to protect children. This has been my motto from the very beginning, to be the kind of mother who will stand by my children at all costs and prioritize the safety of children and support the healing of those who have been abused. Sadly, some of my siblings have also been greatly manipulated by Clark. Instead of standing with the victims, they've actively sought to discredit our family by spreading misinformation, even after Clark pled guilty to his crimes. I've had little or no contact with some family members who chose to support him. They have refused to acknowledge or discuss with us the gravity of the situation or their role in supporting Clark. Nearly 6 years have passed since his crimes were exposed, and the lack of progress made in those ensuing years indicates that several in this family will not be ready to safely reintegrate Clark into society when his minimum sentence comes due in less than 2 years. I have several requests to the board. First, I earnestly urge that Clark be required to complete a full course of sex offender treatment before his release from prison. I have recently been informed that due to the increasing number of sex offenders entering the prison system, there is a shortage of qualified therapists to handle the necessary treatment, and that some offenders are being released without completing their treatment, with the expectation that they will participate in mandatory treatment outside of prison. I implore you not to allow Clark to be one of those cases. His history and pattern of abuse are far too deep and concerning. Releasing him without proper treatment could be extremely dangerous to the community. Given his strong ties to the community and large family network, he has more access to vulnerable individuals, especially children, than most. Additionally, Clark has not communicated with much of the family regarding the full extent of his crimes or mishandling of the situation by him or Brenda. We feel that there has been no visible acknowledgement of his crimes or deep remorse or understanding of the harm he has caused the victims. This lack of accountability only adds to the concerns about his potential reintegration into society. Secondly, I ask the board to sincerely consider lengthening Clark's sentence for several reasons. Professionals who work with victims of sex abuse advised us that it is often in the best interest of the victims for the perpetrator not to be released from prison until the victims have reached adulthood. Adolescence is already a period of great uncertainty, insecurity, and change, and allowing the perpetrator to be released back into the same community can place an overwhelming amount of additional stress on victims. Our homes are only 10 minutes apart, and we frequent many of the same stores and areas. This proximity could reopen wounds for the victims and create an environment where healing becomes much harder. Clark has shown he cannot be trusted. He has repeatedly demonstrated that he will disregard the law and the authority of others if it suits him. This is yet another reason why releasing him is so dangerous. He has shown in the past that the law will not stop him. There was a time before Clark was incarcerated when he had criminal charges against him and was not supposed to be around our children or close to our home. On one occasion, while school was letting out, Clark parked his car up the street from the school, just one house away from ours. Our daughter was walking home that day, and as she approached, she noticed Clark in the driver's seat of the car right in front of her, parked directly next to the sidewalk she would need to pass to reach our home. Frightened, she quickly turned around and went down the street into a nearby cul-de-sac to escape. Clark followed right behind her in the car. She ran through a neighbor's backyard and managed to get to her home, lock the doors, and hide under her covers in the room. When I returned home, I found her frantic, panic-stricken, and bawling. Since then, she has struggled with severe insomnia. That day, she was terrified, convinced that Clark was trying to kidnap her. Her sister recently had a nightmare in which Clark was trying to harm her and others. She shared the dream with me, asking in a fearful voice whether Clark would try to harm her or our family once he was released from prison. They are both still haunted by him. Another example of Clark overriding authority occurred after he had been charged with felonies. His ecclesiastic leader explicitly told him that he was not permitted to participate in certain religious ordinances, including passing the sacrament. Despite this instruction, Clark disobeyed his bishop and was found passing the sacrament in church. He was again told that he was not allowed to do so by the bishop. Seeing Clark pass the sacrament caused significant confusion, concern, and distress among several members of the congregation who were aware of Clark's criminal charges. Clark was originally charged with 10 counts of first-degree aggravated sexual child abuse, with several second and third-degree felonies. Given the severity of his actions, these charges were already quite generous considering the multiple instances of abuse he had committed, not to mention these accounts were only for our children and not others who had been abused by Clark. Each of the first-degree charges carries a 15-year to life sentence. We were informed that in a typical case like his, a plea deal would usually involve a minimum of 10 years, but Clark was offered an extraordinarily generous plea deal by the prosecuting attorneys of 2 second degrees and 1 third degree felony. The plea deal was structured to be one that Clark could not refuse, yet he fought for 3 years to avoid it, even threatening to go to trial and subject our children to further torment. This generous offer was made in an effort to protect our children from the traumatic experience of being forced to testify in court, to be cross-examined in front of a jury, and to endure public scrutiny of the details of their horrific abuse. It is well documented how damaging this process can be for children. Our children had already been through unimaginable suffering, and for Clark to put them through the possibility of this public ordeal was utterly deplorable. At Clark's sentencing 3 years ago, Judge Lowe said these words about my father, and I quote, "I'd like to make a couple of comments, Mr. Crookston. As you know, many people throughout your life have placed in you an unbounded measure of trust in their lives, stewardship over the welfare and protection of others, and it turns out, as you know this, that your trust was unmerited, and I am concerned about the fact that you have had so much trust over so many years, over so many people, and abused it in the way that you did. In my view, you've been a child abuser for far too long, for decades, and that you've done that without any consequences until recently, till now. The court agrees that the sentence should reflect the suffering that the victims will endure and also communicate our society's disapproval of the conduct. In my view, you have obtained a very favorable plea agreement, 2 seconds and 1 third. That is a very favorable agreement for this course of conduct. In my view, you've also received unbounded mercy from so many for so many years, and you betrayed that mercy by abusing again. So it's not just a trust that you betrayed, that stewardship that you've given repeatedly throughout your life, but it's mercies and forgiveness of those you abused by repeating the abuse on others. Forgiveness is intended to be a healing balm. You used it as a weapon, and it's very disappointing. I know I'm adding salt to the wound. In your statement, you're now accepting the criminal nature of what you've done. But nevertheless, it's disturbing to see so many people's forgiveness be turned on them as a weapon to abuse others. The court will in fact impose the harshest penalty it can under the law and under the penalties that are available to me and the pleas you have entered into." Close quote. We agree with Judge Lowe's recommendation and urge the board to impose a sentence exceeding the minimum for Clark. These past 6 years have shown how little progress he has made in addressing his mental state for the safe return to society. This brings me to my third and final request. I strongly urge you, when time comes to assign a supervisor to monitor Clark after his incarceration, to ensure that certain siblings or their spouses, or especially my mother, are not given this responsibility. Those who have supported him and prioritized him over victims should not be entrusted with this role. There are still many people whom he continues to control and influence while he is in prison. Many in my family have shown time and again that they will not stand up to him, and they and their children are at significant risk of being manipulated even after his release. Brenda, my mother in particular, has consistently demonstrated that she will not take a stand against Clark. She was present in the car the day Clark followed my daughter down the street. She was his supervisor at church when he knowingly violated ecclesiastical rules by passing the sacrament. Over the years, she has aided him in covering up his actions and attempting to escape the consequences of his heinous crimes, as have some of my siblings. The timing and selection of Clark's supervisor must be given careful and thorough consideration with the victim's well-being as the top priority. It is crucial that this decision be made with a constant focus on the safety of the community and an ongoing assessment of what is truly in the best interest of everyone involved. To sum this up, we are asking the board to, number one, not release Clark until a full sex offender treatment is completed and he is approved through rigorous testing measures that he is as ready as possible to be reintegrated into society. Number two, extend the duration of his sentence until at least the time his victims have reached adulthood, but also assess the victim's thoughts and feelings on this and the extended family's progress and preparation as well. Number three, exercise great caution in selecting Clark's supervisor after he is released from prison and not allowing my mother or several of my siblings or their spouses as potential options. Back to that cold, overcast and rainy day when I brought my children in to be interviewed at the Old Children's Justice Center. What transpired within those walls had a far deeper and more lasting impact than any of us could have realized at that time. Unbeknownst to us, our daughters were making history in that small home, a history that would ripple throughout the generations. It marked the beginning of a healing journey for survivors spanning 6 decades, all victims of a deeply disturbed man. At the same time, it was changing the course of history, saving future children from the devastating effects of sexual abuse. By bringing this abuse to light, our daughters have safeguarded the innocent lives of many others. Their brave actions have been inspiring many who have witnessed this journey. Some have found the courage to stand up to the horrors of abuse, to reclaim their voices, and take back their power. This abuse was stopped not only because of our children, but also because of the brave voices of other victims and the unwavering support of my dear husband, my many friends, some of my siblings and their spouses, several aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews, and other members of my extended family and John's family. As you can see, many of those people are here today. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Together, we have joined the ranks to protect innocent children alongside the heroic efforts of our criminal justice system, including the prosecuting attorneys, judges, victims advocates, detectives, ecclesiastical leaders, therapists, Children's Justice Center volunteers, prison guards and personnel, and law enforcement officers. I am also deeply mindful of the strength of our government and judicial system, which makes justice possible in this country. Words cannot express my gratitude to all who have helped stop this abuse and continuing to do so, and to the friends and family who have stood by us, helping the survivors through this unimaginable trial. Let this not all be in vain by releasing Clark back to the public without ensuring safety and healing first, especially given the extent of his deception. The ongoing immeasurable pain and suffering of the victims and our family as a whole by the action of Clark cannot be emphasized enough. Dad, you hurt us so much. I hope one day you can realize what you've done to us and the other people you've hurt. I thank you for your time and consideration today on behalf of myself and my family.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down. Please state your name for the record.
John War.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Board Member Johnson. Thank you for giving us a chance to speak to you today. As Sarah mentioned, Clark's abuse of young children has happened over many years, many times. First, when he was a teenager with young children, and later with other children, and ultimately with the reporting victims that we represent today. The evidence that came out during Clark's trial shows clearly that Clark has a sexual attraction to children that he has had since he was a teenager, and which he has acted on over and over. It has become an addiction that he has not been able to control. His addiction has deeply hurt children over many decades. From the data points that we have seen or heard, we've not had any indication that Clark has admitted that he has this sexual attraction to children that he has acted on many times. We have heard from people that he has repented, which is good. But when we understood deeper, the repentance seemed to be around things like breaking trust or hurting others, not so much around committing sexual abuse. Repenting does not imply that an addiction is gone. For example, a heroin addict can repent of their actions, but the addiction still remains. Has Clark admitted that he has an addiction? We have not heard anything that would indicate that he has. Until he acknowledges his problems, we feel that he should not be readmitted into society, especially given the family and social circumstances that Sarah just mentioned. What we heard before he went to prison was that he did not think his case should have ever gone to trial and that it should have just been addressed ecclesiastically. This would indicate that he has not faced his serious addiction, but is simply focused on the potential consequences. Prior to the abuse being reported to the state, I had a conversation with Clark in which I told him I thought he should face his problem head on. Several months after that, I don't remember the exact time, Clark communicated to me via his bishop that he was facing his problem by fighting the legal battle that he was facing. Clark, this was disappointing to me. I was not referring to you to fight against the consequences of your problem. I was referring to you to face and fight against the problem itself. Clark repeatedly cloaked his abuse in the garb of sex education, which is a somewhat common cover for sex offenders. It left many people initially thinking he was a good person that was simply obsessed with sex education and went too far. I'm not sure if he has ever admitted that he was doing it for his own sexual gratification. That if that is the case, if he has not admitted that, that is a very significant problem in my opinion. He is not facing his addiction, but is rather channeling it through the cloak of sex education. Prior to going to prison, we heard from multiple sources that he told them he was safe around children. In my opinion, this is like a heroin addict saying they are safe around heroin. His influence on his family has been profound, some of which Sarah has mentioned. As soon as this was reported, Clark sought to silence the truth by telling all of his other children not to talk with us about the disagreement between us and him, as Sarah has already mentioned. This was devastating to the family because silence, I think you can imagine what happens in a scenario where no one is talking. Some of his children, as Sarah mentioned, followed that advice and have not had much interaction with us at all, and no willingness to discuss the issues around Clark's abuse. Before Clark went to prison, instead of communicating an apology to us for the abuse he committed, he communicated to us that he held no resentment toward us, which we assume means no resentment toward us for allowing his abuses to be reported to the state. In our opinion, this was a distortion that cast himself as the victim, and it portrayed a total denial of his abusive tendencies and actions. And we heard this saying he held no resentment toward us from several people. Clark could help heal the breach in his own family by admitting that he has this sexual addiction related to children. But from what we understand, he has not done that. Prior to Clark's going to prison, Clark and his wife Brenda were very forceful that they should be invited to most extended family events. The result was that for many years, our family was not invited to these get-togethers, which was very hard for us and hard for our children. This resulted in the loss of family relations for the victims, which would not have been the case had Clark and Brenda been more considerate to the people Clark had abused. But Clark seemed more concerned with casting himself as the victim. Many of the parents of young children at these events expressed to us their discomfort of his being there. I do want to note that several members of the extended family have been extremely supportive of our family through this whole time, as you can see by so many people who are supporting today. We are extremely and deeply grateful for that. Some of them hosted separate activities just for our family, which we very much appreciate. After Clark followed one of the victims in his car near our home, as Sarah previously mentioned, we sought to have a stricter restraining order put on him. He fought this viciously. He did not want to admit in any way that he was a threat. This to us indicates that he is in denial about his problem or his addiction. We've read letters that he has sent from prison to family members. In them, he spends a significant amount of time exhorting them in a religious way, or giving them religious advice or parenting advice. He seems to view himself as their religious or parenting guide. Given the many abuses he has committed, it seems that he is in serious denial and views himself as a martyr and a religious leader to his family. This seems to show that he is delusional about his own addictions and problems. Until Clark acknowledges his sexual addiction and abuse tendencies toward children, shows remorse for his actions, receives proper sex offender treatment, and until there are proper controls put in place to inhibit future abuses, it seems very dangerous to admit him into society. We also would prefer that he not be released from prison until the victims are through their adolescent years. I'd like to just finish by reading something that answers the question, what can Clark do to demonstrate remorse? Clark can start by accepting and communicating his acceptance acceptance of the full consequences of his actions. He can seek therapy. He can make a full and accurate disclosure to all of his extended family and officials of the extent of his abuses and what he understands to be the impact of his abuse. What I've gathered from what's gone on is Clark has been so afraid of the consequences, and he's put that avoidance of those consequences as the highest priority. And I understand that it's a difficult position to admit things that could potentially, be used against him. Our intentions have never been to attack Clark. Our intentions have been to protect children. I think Clark would be better off expressing, admitting what he's done and expressing his remorse for that than trying to avoid penalties and keep silence. Expressing that remorse would also entail expressing or owning up to the extent of his mishandling of the reporting of the abuse and the impact that has had on his family. And then expressing, how he feels about that and expressing sorrow for what he's done. That's what I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Crookston, what is your response to that?
I feel like I'm back in a trial situation. There are several things that were said that were true, and there are others that are not. At the time of my sentencing, I expressed my deep regrets for what I had done and the harm and the heartache that had ensued. I'd mentioned that I'd gone to my ecclesiastical leaders and confessed in detail the sins that I've recognized I've done over the years. I was put on church discipline, but then I was released and allowed to take the sacrament, and the bishop had asked me to pass the sacrament. That's just one example of where facts have been turned around to just the opposite. Another quick example is that we know that when an accusation is made, when something happens, that as it gets into the around that rumors start to develop. And an example of that is where my wife was accused of being complicit and knowing of my sexual problems, which was totally wrong. And so she's had to deal, she's become a victim also of misinformation. And the reason we didn't want family to discuss these issues is I was hoping that between John and Sarah's family and I, that we could work things out, and realizing that I'm not in a position to try and stand up and defend myself every time an accusation is made, it would be better not to talk. The other thing is that our attorneys told us not to discuss it because of everything from tampering with the witnesses or trying to change the facts could be misconstrued. So not being able to talk with John and Sarah, and especially after the restraining order was made, I've had no opportunity to personally tell them how sorry I am, how bad I feel. And during that 3 years between the time I was charged and the time I became incarcerated, I was able to recognize the sexual problems, which has been characterized today as very egregious, but yet throughout my life, I have not considered the sex education as something to satisfy my personal sexual desires. Having looked back on that, I can see how that might have been, and I'm very sorry for those things. But to state that the charges that I was given with John and Sarah's daughter was something that had been going on for years. I've never touched the personal parts of any of my children or anyone else that would warrant a sexual charge. And so I think it's been really overstated what a pervert that I've been throughout the years. If you look at the good that I've done, I would hope that would somewhat offset the accusations that I've been a terrible person behind the scenes. For the 3 years that we were going through the legal system, I'd been around many children, I'd been around others, and had I not had self-control, then there would have been other situations that probably would have raised their head. And so when I realized the seriousness of my crime, I decided right at that time that I would never again offer to give any, quote, sex education or deal at all with anything sexually with anyone at all. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to tell John and Sarah and the family how sorry I am, and that the division, the contention in our family hasn't been because family hasn't felt sorry or understand what John and Sarah's family is going through, but just because they can still find some compassion and expression with me doesn't mean that they disagree with Sarah. And so I've seen this division that's been generated by all of the statements and whatnot going back and forth. And yet my wife and I haven't been there to say, yes, that's true, yes, that happened, or no. She didn't have anything to do, my wife, with what was going on. And so I'm just sorry, and I do understand. I've had 6 years now to go back and look over my whole life, and I realize those things that have brought me guilt and remorse. And I've asked the Lord to help me and to forgive me for those things. And I'm feeling a peace now that He has. And I just pray that John and Sarah, as they seek continual professional help and all, that they'll seek to try and find some way, and I know it may take years, to forgive the perpetrator, to forgive me for what I've done, and try and reestablish that love we had as a family before all of this blew up. And I just pray that someday it might happen and the family can get together. I'm glad to hear that they are meeting with counselors to try and bring family members back together. And I hope that there can be healing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me tell you where we go from here. As I mentioned, the purpose of this hearing is not to consider parole. It is just to receive victim impact testimony and your response. The board will make an order just to memorialize this. We post those on our website. Mr. CROOKSTON will send those to you in writing, but it'll just be an order to memorialize that this has taken place. So I don't expect any changes on that. Mr. CROOKSTON, do you have any questions for me?
I think you've answered the ones I have today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes our hearing.
It is Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. This is the date set for an original hearing for Ryan Cody Davis, vendor number 262795. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Well, good morning. My name's Dan Bakavoy. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been asked to conduct your hearing today. We have about 50 minutes, 45, 50 minutes for this hearing. And I would like you to know that these are live stream. These are public hearings. I'm not sure if anybody's online, but just to let you know. So let's go ahead and get started. Let's swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Okay, thanks. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of the hearing today?
I did.
And did you receive your disclosure packet of information?
I did.
Did you get a chance to review that?
I did.
Are there any changes you want to make on that, or did it look okay?
It looked okay.
All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to talk about the conviction, that date in October of 2020. We're going to talk about kind of what led to that incident, your behavior in the prison setting, your programming. You have some certificates you brought with you. I'm also aware of some of the other programming you've taken, but I want to talk about that. The board had wanted a psychological evaluation before today's hearing. You received that. Did you review that as well?
I did.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit about that. They wanted you to complete MRT. You did that.
Yes.
We'll talk about that. And they wanted you to complete residential substance use treatment, and you're doing that right now. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Beaver
Residential.
residential treatment. Okay. Like I said, I'm not sure if there are any victims online, but I'll just verify at a certain point and see if they want to address the board. But I have, we always take into consideration the victims and the victim impact, regardless of whether or not they testify today. And we'll also discuss, if the board grants parole, we're going to discuss your release plans. Okay, you feel good about that?
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead. Tell me what happened what was going on that day. You had a lot of medication in your system on October 23rd of 2020. Tell me what was going on before the incident.
Okay. So I was homeless. I was living out of my car. I had a Dodge Neon. I found a gentleman that was paying me cash money for work. So that morning would have been day 10 in a row. I have
What sort of
insomnia.
work was it?
What's that?
What sort of work?
Laying AstroTurf.
Okay.
And yeah, I have diagnoses of primary insomnia. I struggled with addiction. That day,
Addiction to what?
methamphetamine and alcohol.
Okay.
And prior to I was only 10 days clean from methamphetamines the morning of the accident. And it was just a combination of all those things of just lack of self-care. It wasn't the trazodone. What was in my system was trazodone at a therapeutic level, actually. And we never went to trial, so all these can come out. But I mean, it wasn't because of the trazodone. It was because I was exhausting myself, not realizing just the self-care aspect of it, not understanding that I wasn't really getting sleep, and I don't sleep well anyways. So it just as well as sleeping in my vehicle, just and not taking days off. Just it was a combination of all these things, and just pure exhaustion is what led up to the accident.
While you were driving, you did an abrupt U-turn and started driving eastbound in the westbound lane.
Yes.
What was that about?
I fell asleep at the wheel, and my best recollection of it is that all I realized was something had happened, and I didn't realize what had happened in the moment. I just knew that my instincts kicked in, and that's where the abrupt U-turn came in. And by the time I realized what was happening, all within about 2 seconds, I realized my instincts kicked in, and I grabbed the wheel. You know, I had my hands on the wheel, and my hands were at 10 and 2, so I knew my wheels were straight. And I looked up at the hood, and I saw the lines in the road, and I was right in between the lines of the road. So I'm thinking, okay, I'm good. And then I look up, and then in my reaction, there's a car coming at me. So my first thought was this car was coming at me, but obviously no, I was coming at them. And I swerved at the last second, but obviously too late. Yeah. I think about that all the time. You know, if you look at where the accident happened on the I-80 West, there's nothing off to the right. There's just a big median off to the left. I know how that happened like that. I don't know. That was just a really freak accident. Yeah.
Tell me your feelings about killing somebody.
I have not said anything up to this point. Like at my sentencing hearing, I chose to not say anything just because maybe my own cowardice but I didn't want, I felt that anything I would have said could have been taken out of context or misconstrued and taken the wrong way, as if I was trying to portray myself as the victim, which is not the case. I'll never be able to right that wrong. I know that. Sorry. It's impacted me for sure. I'll never be the same. As far as like, I appreciate life now. I'm thankful for that. I didn't understand that I didn't really have appreciation for life before that. I was a very selfish, self-centered person. Even when it came to like my daughter, you know, and even though I would tell myself like that my daughter was what I valued and spending time with her, like my actions didn't show that. And because of this tragic, horrible incident, I understand these things now. I know that there's a higher purpose, and that I'm not just living for myself anymore. I feel like I'm living for Todd Neely as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we get some issues or something? Do you have?
Yeah,
some?
sorry.
Okay. No, don't apologize for expressing emotions. This was a terrible tragedy.
Yeah.
You were taking trazodone, bupropion. These are prescription meds. You didn't have a prescription for them. Why were you taking those?
So that we never went to trial. That I don't even know where that came from. That's false. I have valid prescriptions for all of those.
They were active prescriptions at the
Yes,
time?
they were. In fact, it was all in evidence. Not only I had paper documentation proving that, but also all the pill bottles were confiscated with the dates on them and everything, like, so it was in evidence. They had that. And I don't even know where that even ever came from, to be honest. I mean, but obviously we never went to trial, so these things never got to come out.
So you were not taking them recreationally?
No, absolutely not. Trazodone is for insomnia, and it's also for anxiety.
So you mentioned that you were a very selfish person before.
Yes.
Has that changed? I mean, it makes it sound like you have changed, and tell me about that and how. And you feel like you've changed.
So there's a concept that I learned. Like, I could show you all these certificates and I could tell you all the things that I've done, but I mean, these are just pieces of paper. But what I've really taken from it, and one of the biggest concept is it was explained to me as like the rule of thumbs. So I say that I value, like, for example, my daughter and spending time with her, that's my main goal. But before and so the rule of thumbs being like the thumb out in front of me being like, that's what I say I value. And then the thumb in front of me being what I'm doing right here, right now in this present moment. And although I said these things, my actions didn't reflect that. And I didn't even understand that. I didn't even get that. And it's only been through this time of incarceration and self-reflection and having this much time of sober time and clean time that I've been able to just my brain to heal and understand all these concepts and I get them and I implement them. And it's been my biggest deterrent why I live my life self-directed as far as prison goes. Like I'm not affiliated with any gangs and I don't partake in those circles or drugs or tattoos or any of those things. And the reason being is because none of those things are in line with what I value and what I really want to do. That's why I've refused to let my environment change me for the worse. It has changed me for the better. It actually makes it for being a pretty like lonely time, when you don't engage in certain activities. But it's actually opened the door for other people, and I don't want to get spiritual, but it's opened that door for me, and I realized there are other people that do want to do good, and they're in the prison environment as well. I've made peace with like I don't know how we are with their views of like religion or whatnot, but I mean my higher power and God and having a relationship with Jesus Christ is huge for me now. There's consequences to all your actions, not just in courtrooms and stuff, but like from here and beyond. And I take all that serious now. And like I said, I feel like I'm not just living for myself, but also for Todd Neely. I have a very impactful story that I could pass on to people, and I know that I could help people with my story, and I actually enjoy doing that. So I mean that's one of my goals, and I know we'll get there. But one of my goals when I get out is I would like to go back to school to get in that field. Yeah.
Well, why don't you tell me? You mentioned your story. How would you describe your story? What is your story?
Well, I mean, people that have struggled with homelessness or losing their child or going to prison or suffered, or I've done multiple types of drugs and been addicted to them, been alcoholic. I mean, I've had a lot of real world struggles that a lot of people can relate with. And I feel like they would listen to me, like they could hear me when I speak to them and I could help them. I could be impactful. I know that I could take this, like I said, I can never right this wrong ever. The only way I know while I'm here on earth to do that is to be of service to others and help others. And if I can help one person and deter them from the path that I was on for most of my life, then that's what I would like to do.
Well, we are going to get into some of the positive behaviors, and all the programming you've completed. Let's talk a little bit before we get into that. Like you talked about your story, you were addicted to drugs. Your criminal history shows a bit of that, so that you had a possession of controlled substance. Let's see, when did this? It looks like around 2004, you were convicted of possession of controlled substance. In 2005, a theft. 2015, reckless endangerment of a child or elder adult. Tell me about that. What happened in that situation? This was 2015, reckless endangerment of a child,
Yes.
elder adult. What was that?
Yes. I had recently relapsed on methamphetamines. For about a month, I had relapsed, and I was a single parent at the time. And I ended up getting pulled over, and I had an open container and methamphetamines on my person, and that's what resulted in that charge.
Okay, and then 2018, a criminal mischief. What happened with that case? I mean, what did you do in that situation?
So that was weird. I destroyed some property inside my house. Nobody was home. And the city filed on me. And, yeah, I ended up being charged with, criminal mischief.
Okay. And then an open container, drinking alcohol in a vehicle, 2020. So, and then you mentioned having alcohol issues, methamphetamine issues. I'm not seeing any disciplinary violations while you've been incarcerated. Have you been clean?
Yes.
And tell me about that experience. How has that been to be clean?
I've never had this. I mean, I've drank alcohol. I started when I was 12 years old. I've never had this much clarity. Like, so I guess it's how the best way I could describe it. I think before I speak, I also have bipolar, unspecified bipolar, meaning I can have extreme ups and downs emotionally. And it's through my programming and just self-therapy that and a big part of it being just having this clarity free from alcohol and drugs that I'm able to cope with it naturally. I don't take any medications anymore. I actually have a little phobia of that now. Yeah.
So have you been, it sounds like you've been doing pretty well with your mental health and
Yeah.
not taking any meds right now with that. And okay. Is this the longest period of time you've been clean?
Yes, definitely.
So tell me about, I want to talk about like your ability to control, like self-control. I mean, you were addicted to alcohol, addicted to methamphetamine. If, eventually the board agrees to a parole, how will you be able to handle any like triggers to use again?
Well, first of all, I understand now why my DLCs or my drugs of choice were alcohol and meth. So I have bipolar, and I have insomnia, and I have generalized anxiety disorder, which kind of just goes in with the bipolar. But I understand this is why I drink alcohol the way I did. So because I was able to, I was controlling my ups and downs of my emotions. Because I knew with my doses of alcohol where, to keep me at a certain point. I understand that. That's why I drink alcohol the way I did. And as far as like the methamphetamine, I've had insomnia most of my life, so like I've never really slept well. But I just learned all these diagnoses when I turned when I was about 37. I'm 42 now, so I'm relatively new to figuring all that out. So I didn't really understand that, but now now that I know that I had those diagnoses, I know now why I gravitate towards meth as well. It's because I never really slept well. So in meth, if you're, people who do meth, you don't sleep. So I understand now why I gravitated toward that as well. So now knowing these things, I naturally keep myself in balance. And so like I don't feel the need to become inebriated. And just now that I'm getting older, I've had a lot of self-esteem issues and whatnot, and that goes, with the using to make myself feel better or just to numb certain things. But I know I accept who I am now, and I'm okay with who I am. For many years of my life, decades, I wasn't really able to ever really look at myself in the mirror, and I can look at myself in the mirror now, and I like that person. I like being able to do that. And even being inebriated, I wasn't able to look at myself because I was just disgusted with myself, for most of my life. And that's just and that all stemmed from ACEs, right? Adverse childhood experiences, and I get all that now.
I saw that you had a very difficult childhood.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure really impacted your
For sure.
emotional state and led to a lot of these problems.
Well, I understand now that it cognitively impaired me and why I don't make decisions like a normal person. I get that now, but it's still my responsibility to understand that and to That's no excuse, it was a major excuse why, I justified and minimized and rationalized my behavior because of these traumatic things that happened to me. I'm like, well, I deserve to do this or do what I want because of these, I didn't get a fair shake, and I use that as an excuse, and that's not an excuse. I know that now. And I've worked through them. And the more I talk about my mental health diagnoses and I let people know, especially the ones closest to me, the less it's becoming a weakness and the more it's becoming a strength. And so I've been able to flip it around.
That's good. That's important for you to be able to continue down that pathway.
Yeah,
Do you have plans on continuing therapy and
I would like
working
to.
on your mental health?
I would like to continue a minimum of the, I've done a lot of treatment for, as far as aftercare, I would like to continue one-on-one therapy. When I finally get released, that's what, yeah.
Like I said, you don't have any disciplinary violations. What are some things you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Well, I told you the rule of thumbs, so that's been huge for me. Also learned, and it sounds really simple, but so it probably was in my 20s when I first had that realization where I'm like, this is a problem, like my using and my drinking, and to where I didn't want to do it and I would do it again and I didn't understand why. And so for decades now, it's been like, oh, and it was a slogan back in like the 80s, 90s, saying no to drugs, With that being said, I've learned I'm putting power into it by just saying no to something. It's called a no goal. Like instead of a no goal, like it, and I didn't get that, that my therapist had to work with me over and over for that to actually click. And what it meant was you're constantly saying no to stuff when he basically said, he's like, when you're saying yes to life, you don't have time to say no to drugs or unhealthy relationships with women or whatever your vice is. Like, it's just not that you may not want to partake still or crave those things, but he's like, but you're just doing, when you're saying yes to life and you're going to work and you're taking care of the house and you're paying your bills and you're spending time with your children and you're doing your hobbies, like your other vices are just going to be so far down the list that you don't have time to say no to them because you're just busy saying yes to life. So that's the concept I'm rolling with now. And as far as I just don't associate with people who are not like-minded in me. If they don't have the same goals or values as me, or I'm not striving to be like where they're at in their life. I just don't associate with them. It's just bottom line. It's just that whole birds of a feather.
You kind of talked about this, but let's go over your LSR&R. You were assessed as a high risk, and I want to talk about where you have some risky areas. So, and this is, let's see, it lists companions. Your risk is very high. And a lot of times that's based upon where you're presently living, right? But you kind of mentioned this, that you don't hang around people that are negative influences. That's what I understood you saying.
Yes.
When you're outside of the prison facility, is that a risk area for you to be around companions that are negative influences? And is that accurate or?
No, I'm a loner by nature, which is a big part of the issue. Like I understand that the opposite of addiction is not abstinence; it's connection, and fellowship, and speak, and having friends. And I've struggled with that, I've been working on that. As far as I attend a Bible study every night, and it's really been helping me with like my fellowship. As far as on the outs and companions, I don't have any old companions to go back to, but that can still be an issue, but not having companions either, and the loneliness, because you can fall back in your old ways just by being with your own self, whatever, being in your own self. And I've been incarcerated for over 4 years now. For like the only people that family-wise that I'm going to be contacting when I get out is my mother and my daughter and my father. God willing, that he's still alive. These are who I want to connect with. And And from there, it's gonna be new companions, and these new companions are gonna be through me going to church. So that's a big part of my life now. And also going to AA, NAs, because I mean, that's something I'm passionate about, because it's something I can talk about, something I know a lot about. And that's something I want to be a part of.
The way I understood, you had some issues. Yeah, isolating yourself from your family. You've not spoken to your mother or father for some time. And he has also not spoken to his daughter, who's in the custody of his mother. Tell me about like reestablishing connections with your mom, your father, and your daughter. What's your plan, specific plan in reestablishing those good connections? Because I think they could be a help, right?
Yes.
That's what you said.
Well, with my mother and my father, I think I had nothing but time, obviously, and time to, and I've utilized my time. I really have. And it's not, you can't see it on your, on your assessment papers or in my certificates of completion, but I've learned that there's obviously unresolved issues there with my mother and father, and resentments. And this is why I know a big part of the isolation from them, because I blamed them for a lot of years. And the first thing that needs to happen, maybe not the first, but in the first couple of times our conversations, they need to know that I don't blame them. They both know that things happened to me, but they don't know the details of it. And if they're willing to hear it, they need to hear it. I think we both need to have closure, just to know that and now that, being a parent and now going through struggles as being a parent, I understand that they did the best that they could. And I need to let them know that I don't blame them, and that I love them, and understand that they did the best they could with what they knew at the time. And with my daughter, that was a big, huge, she was my best friend. I had her from the time she was 2 months old till she was about 4.5, to where and this is even after the incident in 2015. I had her. It's just me and her, and I made the decision to call my mom and tell her like, hey, I'm struggling right now. Will you please take her? Like, try to figure my stuff out. And that's been like almost 8 years ago now.
She in her teens now, or?
She's about to be 13.
Okay.
Yeah. Last time I spoke to her was in October of 2020.
Okay. Okay.
And okay, and then as far as that goes, because that's one of my biggest goals is just being back. I want to get back to my daughter's life. I've taken a class with Inside Out Dad. It was a really good class, actually. But the biggest thing I learned from that one is like, because I have these worries and fears that she's not going to want anything to do with me. And I've had multiple people tell me now, like, no, don't let that deter you, and if she's going to be upset in the beginning with you, that's she has every right to be upset with you, but don't take that as like, oh, you're just done with her. Like, just give her time, because she's get upset because the way you show children you love them is with your time. And I haven't done that with her. So I understand that she might feel like I don't love her. And I know it's going to be a slow process, but more than anything, I'm going to do everything in my power to be back in her life. I need that. Ever since she's been gone or not out of my life, she's part of me. I mean, like, and so there's been a part of me that's been missing. There's a void in me that won't be filled until she's near and close to me.
Well, I'm glad you've taken that class. I mean, again, this is the risk area as companions, and you have a risk of being, like you said, a loner. And so establishing those pro-social good connections is really important. And so taking that programming is what the board would want to see, and it helps you reduce that risk. You also have been assessed as high risk for employment. What are you doing or what will you do to ensure that you get employment?
So I would like to go back to school. That's my biggest thing. I don't want just a job. I don't want to just be employed. I want to have a career. I've never
What would
had.
you like to do?
My goal is I would like to be a SETC. It's a substance abuse disorder counselor.
Okay.
Yes. That would be my major goal.
I think that's a good goal.
And I've maintained employment for most of my incarceration time. mean-
What have you been doing?
So I spent 38 months in Salt Lake County Jail. 23 months of it I did as a laundry worker, trustee, and kitchen worker. And then I've been in prison since March of last year, and I've had 3 jobs since then. Also culinary worker. I think you have it. I have held a couple positions in the program, expediter and coordinator. It's basically like a middleman between the program and the police officers.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
which that's really helped with my communications and working with, because it's been difficult being somebody who's not affiliated and somebody who doesn't engage in extracurricular activities, and to get these gentlemen to listen to anything I'm saying, has been difficult. But I've been able to do it, and I think a big part of it is they just respect the fact that I don't engage. Not only do I not engage in these activities, but I'm consistent with it, Because
What else do you do with your leisure time? I mean, you talked about going to biblical studies, Bible studies at night. Are you doing anything else? Are you working out? Are you?
So, part of my natural helping my bipolars, I journal every morning. That's how I keep track of my health and wellness. Tracking my sleep and where I'm at emotionally. Like, journaling things, like if I'm getting frustrated or if I'm getting emotionally elevated, that's a sign that I'm becoming manic or I'm going into depressive mode. So my journaling helps me understand that, it's my own self-therapy. Other activities I do, I read a lot. I actually really enjoy it now. That's something I'm gonna continue to do when I'm released, is read. Yes, I work out. Yeah, I work out. I do, and I run. I do cardio. I love running. I also play. I'm very active. I'm an athlete, so I like to play sports. So like I'll be engaged in sports when I get out. Like there's addicts to athletes, and there's sober softball and stuff like that. Like, so I'm gonna be a part of all that. I enjoy doing that. But as far as while I've been locked up, yeah, it's been working out. It's handball, playing basketball, stuff like that. I play cards. That's the social thing. Still struggling with that with the small talk. That's just not me, but I know that's a part of the fellowship and just connecting with people and not being so robotic with my answers and stuff, I'm trying to be more open, and low self-esteem and just issues like that makes me not know, and trust issues. Because of the stuff that happened to me, that I just afraid to open the door, because then you're letting people in, and when people get close to you, then people are close to you are the ones that can hurt you. But I don't fear that anymore, as long as I'm letting the right ones in.
You appear to have gained a lot of I don't know, but you have a lot of self-insight. Do you feel like you've learned that while you've been incarcerated, or you've always had really good self-insight, or?
I have been in multiple treatments before this incident happened, where I started learning all these things, and I could relay all these things to you, like emotional regulation and ruminating intrusive thoughts and whatnot. And I could repeat all these things, but I didn't understand these things. It was just like I just could memorize it and then repeat it. But I actually understand what these things mean now, which is huge, which has really sparked me, my passion for wanting to actually do that for a career and help others with it.
Well, mental health is important for everybody.
For sure. It needs to be recognized. Yeah, for sure.
And being able to talk about it openly is really important.
Mhm.
So, okay. Well, let me see. Do we have any victims online? I'm not seeing anybody. You kind of addressed this already, but what, do you have anything that you would, if, if you could speak to the victims here, or if they were here, do you have anything you'd like to say to them?
I kind of said some of it,
Right.
directed towards them. I'm sorry, and I do understand how I've impacted them. And I'm not going to try to claim that I understand fully the spectrum of how far the rippling effects of what my behavior and my actions caused. I'll never try to pretend that I know that, but I do know that it runs deep. I have read their statements, and so like I know it runs deep as far as it ripples out to hundreds of people that Mr. Todd Neely knew, and that he was a good man. And the mom, she was right. As Todd Neely's mother was right when she said, and this is not a self-pity, self-loathing, but she was right when she said the wrong man died in this, because I was the bad man and her son was the good man. And I don't understand why I'm here and he's not. I mean, that Todd only did good things, and all I did was just create messes and start fires everywhere I went. So, and I choose to believe that, God needed him, and he needed him early, and that's why he took him. And it was because of that why I'm able to why you're seeing these things that you say that I've learned. It's only because of that. It was because of his sacrifice that I'm able to be this more complete person now. And I don't know if I ever would have made it to this point in my life. I feel like I want to do better, like I am better, like I can be better without that. I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm sorry, and I understand that I have a duty and I have a responsibility not only to myself and to my daughter, but also to Todd Neely. And I want to live a good self-righteous life, and I want to help others, and I want to do it in his name. And I also want to let them know that, we spoke about some of the things that led up to the accident, but yeah, any questions that they would like to have, I hope my prayer is that they will be able to forgive me. And maybe even reach out to me so that I could have a conversation with them to let them know like everything that really happened, because what they know wasn't the truth. I don't understand why the district attorney told them certain things, which is not, they didn't deserve to be told certain things that were not true. And the only person that can really answer these things is me. So my hope is that eventually they'll find their heart to be able to not only forgive me, but to reach out to me so I can tell them like, it really was an accident. It was no. Yeah.
When you say it wasn't true, do you mean like, what
As
do you?
far as like me not having, initially they were led to believe that I was under the influence, which it wasn't, there was no illegal substances. And then they were led to believe that I had these prescriptions that were not my prescriptions, that I was just taking them willy-nilly like recreational, which is not true, and it's just like those types of things. And like I said, we never went to trial, so none of these things got to come out. And they also need to understand that the only reason that this took so long and it went into litigations for so long is because for 3 years I had 2 attorneys that were telling me this wasn't right and the charge was incorrect and that we're taking this to trial. And it was 2 weeks before trial that I had both these same attorneys both come to me and tell me, we can't do this, we can't win this. And that's when I didn't want to do it anymore. And I took the plea deal, or not, it wasn't a plea deal, but I took count 1. But I just want them to understand that that's the reason why it took so long. Because I had two attorneys advising me, telling me this is what we're doing. You know, I was going along with them. If they would have told me right at the beginning, hey, this is what the charges, this is what the facts show, I would have just taken the charge then. You know, I wouldn't have waited as long as I did. And again, I'm my condolences. I'm truly sorry, and I hope that they can find peace and move on. And I understand that now that my actions have also caused the mother to feel things that I felt, mental health stuff that I wouldn't want to push that on anybody. And not only would I never want to push that on anybody, I've actually given it to another person, you know, Tanya's mother, where she suffers from anxiety now, and she has a PTSD of wanting, you know, even getting behind the wheel, and who knows how many other family members have these same things. It's just a horrible, horrible thing that I can never take back. I can only move forward and always remember it and try to be the best person I could be. And that's what I would have to say to him.
Okay, thank you. Returning to some of your programming, you're currently in SUT. We talked about that. It looks like you started in October. When do you complete that?
Okay, so I didn't understand that. Saying I started in October, I actually been in there since July 17th. And my completion date will be for April 17th.
April 17th?
Yes.
Well, there are different parts. There's like pre-treatment and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what they're talking about. So I'm sorry, you said April 17th?
Mhm. And actually, that's the program as a whole. It's a 273 is what they say. It's 273 days for completion of the program. So my 273 will be April 17th.
Okay.
But I'll actually complete it probably a little bit before that.
We don't have a verified high school diploma or GED for you. Do you have your high school diploma?
I'm still trying to get it. I was in the process of getting it when I was in the prison, and they moved me to the BRT program. And then I'm working with their educational program trying to get it. And
Okay, so you still need to get it?
I have a GED,
Oh, you
just
do?
don't have proof of it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
You
have,
just need to- You just need the proof.
yeah, 2006 is when I went back and got
Okay.
it.
Um,
But
all
because
right.
it was in California, they're having trouble getting it.
And so tell me a little bit about specific release plans. If you are paroled, where specifically would you live? What specific job would you get? Your education? Tell me about that.
So I'm trying to see, I've been getting, this transitional housing. And I don't know how the board feels about it, or AP&P, I don't know, but all I know is that these are motels in Salt Lake City is where I'm looking to parole to. But I found 3 motels that they were basically shut down, renovated, and now have been reopened as transitional housing. But it's really, really at a really cheap if So I don't know if that's a possibility, but that's my first one. Is I'm trying to get into those, but I don't just have one plan. You know, like if I can't get into those, then I want to go into sober living. And if I can't do sober living, then I'll go into the halfway house, which I'm fine with that. It's not going to be any different. You know, like I hear these horror stories about them, but it's pretty much what you make it. Those, as far as like living, those are plan A, B, and C for my living. You said for what's the next one, for work?
Yeah, for employment.
For employment, well, I know, I want to enroll into school. And that's going to be through, utilizing FAFSA.
Are you do you want to get back to California and do a compact to California? Or are you planning on staying here in Utah?
No, I'm going to stay here
Okay,
for the time being.
okay. And so okay. So FAFSA and get into maybe community college or?
Yeah, I don't see, I mean, obviously it'd be nice to go to like the university, but I'm just gonna start, so at least from the first couple semesters,
Yeah,
Salt Lake Community College, especially I don't know how this is gonna be with my license and getting another vehicle and all that. So I mean, I think the cheaper route is the better, smarter route in the beginning. And then, And I know that's all feasible, especially with Salt Lake County, because they have a great transit system as far as their tram and, you know, and the buses and all that. So I'm not worried about getting any places. And then depending on, because I know they only, it's only like, what is it, spring and fall? It's in the spring and in the fall when they do enrollment for the school. So like I'll go to temp agencies in the beginning just to get into jobs. And I know temp agencies or staffing agencies have gotten a bad rap for a lot of years, but it's my understanding most companies are going through staffing agencies nowadays to weed out to find the ones that they really want.
Okay, well, we've had a really good conversation. I feel like I've learned a lot from you. We need to wrap things up. Any last things you wanted the board to know? And really quickly, I will tell you that, we don't make decisions today. It's done by a majority vote. I'm just one vote. But I'm gonna take this back and consider everything, and write up a vote, and then we should have a response in about 1 to 2 weeks,
Okay.
to let you know what the plan is, when, if the board would parole you, what the date would be, what the conditions will be, okay?
Okay.
But any other last thing that you would like the board, I mean, you've done a lot of programming, you brought some of your programming certificates. We'll review those, you know, make sure we review those. I feel like you've expressed a lot of the things you've learned. But anyway, any last thing you want to say?
Since I know I did a lot of time in county jail, is any of that time going to be taken into account?
Of course, like all that time is taken into account. Your guideline date is actually, I believe it's January of 2025. Let me look, just to verify. Yeah, your sentencing guideline date is January 15th, 2025. So we've passed that guideline date, but that's because of the credit for time served that you received by being incarcerated in the county jail. The board doesn't need to follow those guidelines. That is a starting point, but we also consider programming, consider your release plans, things you've learned, your institutional behavior, how you've changed. We're going to take all that into consideration. At this point, because of credit for time served, you're already over your guideline. But we, of course, the board, I'm assuming, I mean, I would want you to, of course, finish your residential treatment. So, you know, at least April, we'd want you to finish that up. So, and then from there, we just have to take in a lot of different considerations, public safety risk, victim impact and statements and feelings. And we take all those things into consideration. But we can let you know in about 2 weeks what the parole decision would be.
So I guess just to sum it all up, I think I would just want, if the board was here as a whole, I would want them to know that recidivism, and I understand what that means. It's a tendency to fall back into old mode of behavior. And I've done everything, and I believe I've done everything in my power with the availability in front of me to change that. Because I don't want to be a part of this revolving door. Now that, you know, I was told this by my lawyers, that it's like once you get in a prison number, it's hard, you know, when you get in that system, it's hard to get out of it. It may be so, but I don't see it as being I welcome it. I welcome having an APP agent. I welcome having people to hold me accountable. I live my life transparent now, and I have no issues with whatever the board's decision is, whether they let me go or whether I do more time. I understand your guys' job and what you're here to do, and I appreciate it, and thank you for your time.
And just, sorry, one last question. Do you feel like if you were paroled that you'd be safe, that you'd be able to stay away from controlled substances and alcohol?
Most definitely.
Because that would be my primary concern is getting, like you've already talked about recidivism and getting back into those have been issues in the past. And if you did get back into those, that's when problems start coming about and criminal activity starts and driving, like that's the concern. So I want to make sure that you are not going to fall into those bad habits, but you have expressed a lot of the things you've learned. It seems like you've made some real good progress and changes.
I have.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, well, thank you for your time, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
Today's the time and place set for original hearing for BOKEEM Arthur, offender number 251636. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yeah.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You've got a number of commitment offenses. We'll go over those today. You have a maximum, with all of these convictions, you have a maximum 10-year sentence, puts you at July 25th of 2033. You have a sentencing guideline of 23 months, puts you at June of 2025. The board will take those timeframes into consideration, but they can deviate from that guideline date if they feel it's appropriate to do so, whether that be release you sooner, hold you longer, all depending on the various circumstances. After we discuss your commitment offenses, we'll go over what you've been working on while incarcerated, any classes, programming, institutional behavior, go over your release plan, any information that you want to present. Today's your time to do so. But let's start with the first commitment offense, case 211-800158. The information reported in the investigative reports is that on March 14th of 2021, you assaulted the victim. She reported that you threw her down a set of stairs and that you choked her. You got on top of her after she fell down the stairs, placed your knees on her chest. She reported that she could not breathe and that she tried to push you off of her.
You then put your hands around her throat and began choking her until she lost consciousness. Is that information accurate?
I didn't put my hands on her throat. I just put it in an arm bar.
And did you choke her until she lost consciousness?
No, I had everything on a cell phone, and she even knows it. She took my cell phone and threw it in the dumpster when I was in jail.
So what did happen that day, according to you?
Well, she kicked me out of the house, and I had to walk like at least 17 miles to get to my grandma's. And she was drunk, and she went down to my uncle's house. That's where I made it to, and she started busting out all the windows with the rake. And I told her to calm down, so I was holding her down right there. And I told my uncle to videotape the whole thing, because you know, that's what I really do, you know. And I had everything on my phone. Then I needed that for evidence, and my mom couldn't find it. My mom knows about the phone, and when I was in jail, you know, I talked to my baby mom again, and she's saying she had the phone the whole time, and you know, threw it away. So
Do you feel like you did anything wrong?
no, I've tried leaving her. You know, she followed me down there. You know, and my family knows this, and she knows this, but she's the one that beats on me all the time. You know. But I never pushed charges against her.
You referred to her as your baby's mom.
Yeah, my child's mother.
So have you been in contact with her since you've been incarcerated?
Yeah, I've been keeping contact with her and my child.
Are you back in good terms with her? Are you planning on continuing a relationship?
No, I want to co-parent. You know, I was supposed to get my own place after I got a rehab, and you know, you know, I try to help her get on her feet and everything. Well, I'm in here, and you know, I got a lot of things to prove to my child. You know, it's my first kid I had.
How old is your child now?
She's 6.
And she lives with her mother?
Yeah.
Your next case, this occurred about a month and a week and a half after the first case we discussed. It's case 211-800-238, April 24th of 2021. It was reported that you assaulted the same victim. You were intoxicated, insisted on driving. When the victim told you that you should not drive, you began to argue. During the argument, you hit her in the mouth and cut her lip. When she began swinging back, you went outside, grabbed a rake, and began smashing the windows of her car and her mother's car. Is that information accurate?
It's not her mother's car. That's my mother's car. So.
Okay. Aside from that correction that it was your mother's car that you hit with the rake, is that
Yeah.
information accurate?
Yeah.
Your next case, 221-800-322, August 28th of 2022. Now, before we go over this case, you were placed on probation. You were on probation for a significant period of time. This case occurred a year, almost a year and a half after those first cases. So how is probation going?
Since last time I was out, or
Right.
general.
Yeah, so that around that 2021, 2022 period.
I can't really remember back then. I guess it was, you know, I don't know.
What were your requirements of probation? Were you supposed to do some kind of substance use treatment, or that type of thing, or?
Yeah, I was supposed to do substance treatment and some other stuff at the county jail.
Did you follow through with treatment?
No, I didn't get it finished.
Were you able to stay clean at all?
No.
And why do you think that was?
Just being around the wrong people. Where I was from Vernal, and my dad's an alcoholic, so it was kind of hard to live with him and my sisters. And he barely got out of prison.
Have you been able to stay away from drinking or using substances while incarcerated?
No.
All right, let's go over that case. August 28th, 2022, it was reported that you stole a security camera from a residence.
Yeah.
What happened with that one?
Think I took a plea deal, I guess, for it.
What, did you know who lived at the residence, or why did you take the camera?
Just because I was mad, because they're saying some girl I knew was over there, stuff.
And then your final case, 225800027, August 14th of 2022. You were stopped by the Highway Patrol for erratic driving. You showed signs of impairment, refused to submit to the chemical test. The blood test showed 0.16 grams per 100 milliliters of ethanol. You were an alcohol restricted driver requiring an ignition interlock device. So is that accurate? You were pulled over and you'd been using alcohol?
Yes.
You actually have one more case. It's 231800699. November 9th of 2023, you were found to be in possession of cocaine. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
So were you struggling with alcohol use and cocaine use?
First it was alcohol, then cocaine just came after.
So what would you like to see happen moving forward? What are your plans?
Like when I get out, or
Yeah, or I mean, it could
I
be part of your plans could be stuff that you do there while incarcerated, but yeah, long term, what do you plan on doing?
Well, I gotta figure out how to do CBT in here. So that's the thing they gave me to do. Well, when I get out, I wanna start some businesses on the res where I'm from, and first I'm gonna get my oil field job with my friend, and I'm just making businesses, landscaping on the res, and help my stepdad with his food truck. And first of all, I want to get my own place so my daughter can come live with me when I get out. 'Cause her mom, she's single, and her grandma just died, so they're like living, just them two, and um, I just want to try to be staying clean because my daughter's 26 and I don't want to be in here like how my dad was. My dad's always been locked up, drunk when I was growing up. So just a lot of stuff. And get back on my medication that I was prescribed when I was in rehab. And that's what I don't have in here is my medication and stuff. And
What does the medication, what are you using the medication for?
bipolar, anxiety, and what else? I think ADHD and what else? PTSD. That's what I was supposed to be taking, but I don't get none of those meds here. And
As you mentioned, the board laid out certain expectations for today's hearing. One was to comply with your case action plan. Part of that would be to do the CBT classes. It also indicates in your case action plan that they did a initial substance use assessment and they recommended that you do residential treatment. Do they have residential treatment for you there at the facility?
I'm not too sure. I never really knew they had that here. Or
Do you think you need residential treatment?
yeah. I'm supposed to. Well, now, like, is that like a rehab thing or?
It's like a drug treatment program where if you do it while incarcerated, they refer to it as the residential program here at the prison. If you do it in the community, as you mentioned, it would be a place that, like rehab, where you go live at the facility for a while and do your treatment and get clean all at the same time.
Yeah, my mom's been recommending that for me, doing out in Salt Lake. Which I personally think I need it.
Now, I asked you earlier if you had been able to avoid using while incarcerated, and you said no, and you do have some disciplinary violations related to that. When was the last time you used?
I'm not too sure. I've been racking for like 10 o'clock for like maybe like 6 months. So like probably like 5 months ago, 6 months ago.
Okay. And then you've got 2 pending disciplinary violations, one February 19th for tattooing. Looks like they found tattoo paraphernalia, and then you have another pending one, January 21st for fighting. So you'll have your disciplinary hearings on those sometime coming up. But that was one of the expectations the board had, is that you'd be able to avoid disciplinary issues. Do you think you're going to be able to avoid getting in any further trouble moving forward?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The tattoo stuff, I kind of got caught up and stuff, and like the CO said, I kind of went down the rabbit hole where certain inmates were making me hold some stuff, and the fighting wasn't really fighting. It was like horsing around, and they couldn't put like there's no thing for horsing around, so they had to put it for fighting.
As a hearing officer, what I do is gather information, conduct hearings, so I will get all of the information we discussed today over to 5 board members for their review. They could decide to set a release date with certain expectations. I would imagine, based off of the circumstances, that if you are released, it would be a parole release, a supervised release. Are you willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Is that like probation?
It's very similar to what your probation was like.
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
Are you concerned about being on parole, or what's the hesitation with that?
No, I was just kind of thinking like it was probation, but yeah, I'm paroling out. It's like I don't want to. I guess if you terminate, it wouldn't like. What would that be like? Just like doing the full time, or?
Well, that's what the board would have to consider. If the board was going to consider a termination of sentence, you have up until 2033 that you could potentially serve. So the board would have to decide how much time is appropriate based on the circumstances. I could tell you, given the nature of the offenses and your institutional behavior and the fact that you haven't completed any risk-reducing programming, it's highly unlikely, if not impossible, that the board would be considering a termination of sentence here in the near future.
Just parole.
They may consider a parole release and with certain expectations prior to release and during release. Now, the other option is they don't have to set a release date at all at this point. They could set this out for another review sometime in the future with and then monitor how you're doing.
Oh,
Of those options, I don't know which direction the board will go, other than I'm certain they're not going to consider termination of sentence at this point. So likely options, parole, release at some point, or reviewed again in the future.
Okay.
Any general information that we haven't discussed that you would like to bring up today?
Just, I don't know. Kind of just in the rabbit hole, I guess. The CO said. I try ignoring what I've been around. Like coming to prison. It's my first time in prison, so I'm not too sure like who hang out with and all this and that. And I don't know. I just try to avoid it now. And they moved me in with the Sereno. Like when I moved pods, I told them I'm not with the Serenos and nothing like that. And that's how I kind of got that horsing around. Like they put me in a certain place, and I told them like I didn't want to be in there. And that's what some of the CEOs said. Like, yeah, I don't know why they would do that. And they try to how would you say, document me as one of them. And I tell them I'm not one of them. Yeah, I'm just trying to just hopefully get a date where I can have that mindset where I can keep out of trouble and get out in probation or parole. 'Cause, I've never been on parole, so I would I'm just sorry, I just got a lot of anxiety. Just I don't know what to say.
Well, I think we've covered a lot. What I'll do after today's hearing is get this information over to the board for their review. Generally, it takes 2 to 3 weeks for the board to deliberate and make a decision. Once they've made their decision, they will mail you the board order, and it will outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay.
All right. I'm about ready to conclude the hearing unless there's anything else that you have.
Just, I don't know. Just, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today. We'll go ahead and
Okay.
conclude the hearing.
Okay.
Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Dwayne Smith, offender number 57495. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
Through a scheduling review, the board set today's hearing with the expectation that you complete cognitive behavioral therapy, substance use treatment and comply with your case action plan. So we'll go over whatever progress you've made in those areas. Before we do that, I want to go over your commitment offenses. You got 2 separate cases. Case 221-400-283, assault with substantial bodily injury, 3rd-degree felony, and case 235-400-333, driving under the influence, 2nd offense in 10 years, Class A misdemeanor. Now, both of these cases carry a maximum 5-year sentence, put you at May 9th of 2028. Your sentencing guideline, which factors in these cases and your criminal history and some additional factors, is 27 months, August 9th of 2025. The board will take those timeframes and that guideline date into consideration when making a decision. The guideline date is simply that, a guideline. They could release you sooner or hold you longer, depending on the various circumstances that they review. Now, in regards to that assault with substantial bodily injury, that occurred October 25th of 2020. The board does have the offense summary as outlined in the pre-sentence investigation from adult probation and parole, so the board will look at that and all the facts related to it. But if, in your own words, what happened that day and what are you responsible for?
So me and my girl got into an altercation at my house. I called the Mapleton City Police and was gonna have her removed. It was just a live-in girlfriend that just, yeah, it was nothing. And so we had a verbal altercation, and then it turned into a physical. There
And
was
what
no,
was
I
what was
never,
the-
I never, go ahead.
What was the physical part of it? What did you do?
They say that she had a mark on her chin, I guess. She hit me with a picture frame, and I threw my hands up like this, and I accidentally caught her right here on the cheek when I come up like this to protect the back of my head. And then right after that, I said, enough's enough. I said, you got to go. I walked outside. I called the cops, and here I am.
And as you know
Then-
from the report that was submitted, that she reported that you had punched her in the jaw with a closed fist, that you were holding her down by her throat, and then the officer that arrived on scene observed that she had swelling and bruising on her jaw.
No red marks on her. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but there was no, I did not ever grab her by her neck, not even close.
Did you punch her in the jaw?
No, sir. That's where I'm saying I come up like this to protect. She was around me, and she went to hit me with a picture frame, and I went like this. And when I did, my knuckle caught her right there on the jaw. So it wasn't a punch.
Have you had any contact with her since this happened?
Since 2020?
Right.
Yes, sir. She lived with me for another year and a half. And then it was just something that we couldn't, she didn't want to work or advance in our relationship at all. So I had to terminate the relationship.
So approximately 2021, 2022 is when the last contact you've had with her?
Yes, sir.
And no plans to continue contact?
No, none whatsoever.
The second case is the DUI, May 12th of 2023. What happened that day?
They said I had, I think it was amphetamines in my system. I was driving, they put out a warrant. They see me and they pulled me over. So I've been in trouble for years. They see me, they pulled me over because they knew I had a warrant so I guess this from 2020. I went to court, they dropped it, and then they picked it back up in 2023. This charge, the assault charge. And so I have a home address. I don't know why they just didn't serve me, but it went to a warrant because they said they couldn't find me or whatever. And so they pulled me over, and they said, oh, you're intoxicated. And then I guess they took my blood and they said it had amphetamines in it.
You said you hadn't been in trouble for a while. Did you
10 years.
did you go back to using, relapse?
Just the once, yeah.
How
Yeah,
long had
just
you
for-
been, how long had you been clean?
Yeah, 10 years, sir. I had the same job for 10 years.
And I did look at your criminal history in preparation for today's hearing, cases going all the way back to 1990. And then you have several gaps in your criminal history from 2002 all the way to 2007, and then 2007 to 2010, and another gap from 2010 to 2015, and then another gap from 2015 until these cases
Yes, sir,
that we
that's my
just
10 years.
discussed. How did you get clean? Was there something that you specifically did, or just get tired of it, or?
I just got tired of it, went to work. I got tired of hurting my family and just being a drain on society and, you know, just a piece of dirt. So I got me a job, I got me a good job, and I just put my nose to the grindstone and went to work.
And then
Go ahead.
And after being clean for 10 years, why did you relapse?
I hadn't been in a relationship for a while because I just wanted to stay away from and get my head back on after the last one. I got with a gal and we went on a date like 2 days before, and she had some. I don't know why I did it. It was just dumb. But it was, like I said, it was a one day, but it was a relapse. And I smartened up after that, I guess, you know.
Now, in regards to those expectations that the board laid out for today's hearing, have you been able to do any classes or programming?
I did an anger management class. I'm part of your, I donate my time to the crochet class. I'm a section rep, have been for a while. I'm the Aspen rep for the IIAC. Are you familiar with that?
Is it the life skills classes?
No. The IAAC is a committee that we meet with you guys and the warden and stuff like that, and try to get prison to be a better place.
Oh,
So
okay.
that takes up a lot of my time too.
What was the acronym you used?
IIAC. It's for
Okay.
inmate.
Well, you don't have to, I just wanted to make sure I know it wrong, because when you were saying that, I was looking at your ACCI life skills classes. But
Oh yeah, no, I don't believe I need a drug treatment, you know, program. I don't understand why that's yes, I've tried to keep myself away from that type of environment or that type of people, you know, because when you're in here you make friends pretty easy. So yeah.
So let's go back to that IIAC committee. So what do you do? You're the section rep, and then what does that entail?
So I'm the section rep in the section, but besides that, they've voted me in to be an IIAC unit rep. We go to the higher ups, the warden, this deputy warden, and we're just trying to get things changed in the prison to where we're a better place so that our recidivism rate doesn't come back or isn't so high. Do you know what I'm saying? We're just trying to come up with programs and things that we can do from our side of the window, you know, and the administration's looking at it.
Okay. Now, you know that through that scheduling review that the board expected you to complete substance use treatment. You've said you don't want to get involved in the residential program. You don't want to get involved with the people that are there. And was there any kind of substance use treatment that you were able to do, classes or anything?
Yes, sir. I did. I did the tablet packets where you do them on the tablet.
All right. Were you presented the opportunity to get into the residential program and you declined, or is that
Yes,
not
sir.
been an option?
Yeah, I declined. It's just not a place for me.
All right. And then the other things on your case action plan, it looks like the drug and alcohol use is the first one, and then they've got companions, antisocial behavior. the antisocial behavior, one of the classes you could complete for that was anger management, which you've done. Then there's some life skills classes. I would imagine you did those also through the tablet.
Yes, sir.
All right. What are your release plans?
Well, after 10 years, you can imagine the disappointment I am to my family. And so they're pretty disappointed in me. So, I mean, I've got to get out there and I have the same job. My boss, we're still in contact. He helps me out in here. I've been working for him for 10 years straight. I just need to get to a place where I can stabilize, because I'm not going back to my family until I know that I'm all right, or off probation, or off parole, or whatever. I mean, terminate. I'd like to terminate, but if you guys can't see that, then I got to do something. I can't just rot to death in here. I have grandkids and stuff out there, but like I said, I haven't been no problems for 10 years. You know, I mean, it's a struggle. It's a struggle to get out there and you know, get off the drugs and keep a job and try to get back on your feet. So I'm gonna be faced with that same struggle when I go out there again. So that's my game plan is getting to a place close to my work, maybe the halfway house close to my work, where I can just go to work and I can stabilize and just move on with life. I'm done with this place.
All right. And you do understand that the board may say no to being released until you complete the residential substance use program here at the facility?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. I will forward them your release plans that you are willing to parole, that you would likely go to a place to stabilize, whether that be the halfway house or somewhere else that you find. And then you've outlined what you plan on doing.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
sir.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, I've had the same job for 10 years. My boss, you know, he writes me in here, and you know, my family's still there, but I just won't put them through the disappointment again until I'm sure. Okay.
I've noted the classes that you've completed, the things that you're participating while incarcerated. You have not had any disciplinary issues. Your institutional progress report indicates you're doing well at the facility. So the board will have that to consider. Any additional information you'd like to present today?
No, sir.
All right. And what I do as a hearing officer is gather information, conduct hearings. I will forward the board everything that we've discussed today, as well as all the information in your board packet, the various reports that were submitted for their review. And it'll be up to the 5 board members to decide what happens moving forward. That generally takes a couple weeks. Once they've made their decision, they'll mail that out to you, and the board order will reflect everything that's expected moving forward.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things in this inmate committee that I'm on is you guys make things where you've got to go through the program before you get out. What do they call it?
Yeah, contingent.
Contingent. We're trying to do away with the contingency on that program, on the program rights, because it's hard to get into them. And some of us, like, I'm a gang member, you know, I mean, probably the oldest gang member you've ever seen in your life, you know. I mean, I'm not acting, none like that, but some of us can't go up to it. I do hope, you know. I mean, so I guess that's a question for them, but I'm just letting you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that, but thanks.
No, and that's not a new concern. I mean, that's something that's the board is aware of, and it's been presented. So yeah, I mean, it's good to bring up concerns. Now, whether the board goes along with your concern, you'll find out here in a couple weeks. But it's okay to note that. So I'll forward that information to the board.
Yeah, it's just you know, I think if you want to get off drugs, I mean, I think we're wasting a lot of money on programs that they're just not helping us. I think if you want to really get off, just like I did 10 years ago, you just give it up. You just choose a different life. So that's where I'm at with it.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for your time today.
Hey, thank you, sir.
We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
All right. Please have a nice day.
All right. You too. Today is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Willie White, offender number 189910. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. The reason why this hearing was scheduled is you were set to parole January 28th, 2025. The board received notice that you had refused to sign your parole agreement. You have a maximum 15-year sentence, puts you at October 17th of 2025. It's fairly straightforward. Is it still your intent not to parole and you'd rather serve out till October 17th?
Yeah, as much as that is, I do have a good support system out there, and I'm not sure if you can see them, but my mom, she's been in and out of the ICU the last couple of months, and they don't know what's wrong with her, and she needs me just as much as I need her. And then there's my best friend. I'm not sure if you can see him, but he's got a brain tumor, and he refuses to have surgery and have it taken out until I get home, and it's getting worse. And yeah. But at this point, I just can't take another parole. I can't do it.
All right, so I've noted it's your request that the board consider a termination of sentence prior to that expiration date. You've noted the reasons why you would like them to consider that. Namely, you've got your mother who's in poor health, you have good support in the community, and you also have your friend who's in poor health. You'd like them to consider that. I will forward that information on, but ultimately, even with these circumstances you just outlined, you will, if the board puts another parole date in place, you will refuse that?
Yes, I will.
Okay, just so I make it clear to them what your stance is. All right, I don't have any other questions for you. Was there anything else you wanted to present today?
No, just that I hope they can maybe do a termination, but at the same time, I am aware that I got to go to October 17th.
Okay, I think that information is clear. I'll make sure the board has the information you've presented for their consideration. Your stance is clear, so they'll have that also. You should get the board decision fairly quickly. A couple weeks, you'll get the board order, which will outline what they've decided.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude. number 253781. That is you, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing? Do you feel ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. I'm going to read through a narrative of how we got to where we are, and then you can let me know if this is accurate. You had an original hearing in December of 2023. At the time of that original hearing, there was a pending case. It was possession of a controlled substance here at the prison. You were subsequently convicted of that case. You were given credit for time served, case closed. The board did not receive jurisdiction over that matter. The board conducted a paper review in December of 2024. You were granted a January 14th, 2025 parole date. And then the board received information about a disciplinary violation that you were convicted of in October that actually occurred in September. The board was unaware of that positive UA at the time they made the release decision, resulting in your January date being rescinded and you being scheduled for today's hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do
I've
have-
looked through your disciplinary history. The last disciplinary violation was that September of 2024. Nothing new since that time.
Last 6 months, I've been doing good. I don't know if Sergeant Torrance, I think it's Sergeant Torrance, he was gonna write you guys a report kind of on my behavior change, because he's been there since the first time I got a write-up and was taken from Bear 1-2 Max. And I talked to him, he said, I've been doing a lot better, and the court, he wanted me to write a list of all the courses I've completed, like the 12-step ARP program, anger management, CBT life skills. I've done the plumbing, the HVAC, financial. I've been trying to do my time a different way. So that's,
Well, in my review, it was apparent that things have improved. You don't have anything recent that pending?
no, sir, but I don't know if my numbers are correct. I believe I got 5 or 6 write-ups last year. Okay, and that's me being completely honest. All of them pretty much was for the same thing. I was trying to fight the system here because I wanted to be put on the MAT treatment like I was recommended for when I first got here. And I never knew I was an addict. I didn't believe that. I've been on pain pills since I was in 9th grade when I injured my back. I never seen it as an issue until after my mom passed. The girlfriend I was with told me that I had a problem and I needed to get help for it. And I kind of didn't believe her, but after being locked up and sitting back, I realized I am an addict. I have been on opiates pretty much better part of my life, and I've been trying to seek help for that now. And I've been talking to the church. They're talking about keeping me on another 12-step program when I get out. I'm going to go to a sober living house to where I can seek help there. My ultimate goal is to go back to Texas. That's where I'm from. I'm not from here. My mom died in 21, and I got on heroin and meth after she passed away. My mom was my best friend. Before that, I think my last thing was like 2009, and then one was in 2017 for false information to a pawnbroker. I sold something that I didn't realize was stolen, and I got that handled through the courts, and I was on probation for a couple of years and got it taken off. But before that, I got in trouble for weed in 2009. So, I mean, I don't feel.
You saw your previous parole conditions. Are you willing to do parole and follow the conditions that the board previously ordered?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll inform them of that. I'm inclined to recommend that you get another parole date as soon as possible. Now, as soon as possible, generally it takes a couple weeks for the board to deliberate and make a decision. When they make that decision, they like to set it out about 30 days
Right.
for transition time.
I kind of got happy because I was hoping my birthday is March 13th. So, when they scheduled it for today, I was like, I might be out for my birthday, but everyone's telling me 3 to 4 weeks if you guys did grant immediate release. But I do realize I do have a problem with opiates, and I'm gonna continue seeking help for that. I didn't realize it when I was younger. I really didn't. And my son is a big part of my life, so I'm trying to get back to him. I raised him from he was 8 months old. I was a single dad till he was 10. And when all this happened, I sent him to live with his mom. So I've been out of his life for the past 3 years, and it's been hard, man. It really has.
All right, well, I'll get this information over to the board, no later than tomorrow for their review, then they can make that decision. But like I said, I'll be recommending they, put a new release date in place with those same conditions.
Okay, what, can you explain to me what the RSUT is on the, I don't know. I've never been on parole.
So it's gonna be a residential program. Either you do that through the halfway house or you find a private provider to do it.
So is that like sober living? Cause that's, I've been talking to a lady that was gonna let me go to her sober living, but I don't know what those
It's,
programs.
and you'll have to talk with the release reentry people. I think it depends on which program it is and what it entails, is whether or not it qualifies for that. If it's just a living arrangement and no treatment, then it
Well, I-
likely wouldn't.
I think I have to do MRT to stay in their program. So, and I knew that MRT was a drug program, but I'm new to all this. This is
Yeah.
my first time in prison.
Yeah, check with the, because you'll have a representative from adult probation and parole that will work with your reentry plan, and then they can let you know what qualifies, what doesn't.
Okay, another kind of question. Do you know anything about like transferring out of state?
So you'd have to start the interstate compact process.
Right.
There's an application process which costs, there's a fee attached to that. And then it'll be up to the receiving state to verify the address, make sure that everything's appropriate, and then they can,
Am I still under Utah
yes.
standards
Yeah.
or does it transfer to the new state?
The board will lay out what the conditions of your release are and then be up to the receiving state to monitor those. But ultimately, yes, the board here in Utah is the one that has the jurisdiction and puts
The reason I was asking, because I was told like if I do good for 18 months, you can be off parole early. But I didn't know if that 18 months would transfer if I went home to Texas where I'm from.
Yeah, this is the same early parole termination guidelines, they all apply.
I just don't know anyone here. I want to get back to a support system that I have and everything in Texas.
Sounds like that might be a good option for you to start that.
Yeah, I
Back
came out here when my mom passed. I don't know anyone here but people that do drugs. So that's why I want to, ultimately, and the church told me they'd help me get back to Texas if that's what I wanted to do. So that's why I
Yeah.
wanted to ask
I
you.
would, after today's hearing, I'd start asking your case manager about
Okay.
getting that process started.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Appreciate it.
But I don't know if I mentioned, you get the All right, today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for ABEL, URIBE. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah,
URIBE. Offender number 147729. Did you receive prior notice of today's hearing and you feel ready to proceed today? I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. My name is Joel Robison. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. As you noticed, your mother and sister are here. Thank you both for taking the time and effort to attend today's hearing. Mr. Uribe, you had a hearing back in April. It was your original hearing. There was a pending case, a potential pending case reported by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Through a paper review process, the board received information that you had been cleared from the investigation. No new charges would be filed. You were granted a January 7th, 2025 parole contingent on CBT completion and no disciplinary violations. And then in December of 2024, the board received a special attention report indicating there was possible new charges being screened for dangerous weapon incident in December. That was the reason why your date was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing. I don't see any new reports or updates regarding the status of that pending investigation or case. I don't know if you've had any further contact.
I did IDHO, they dismissed the weapons write-up.
Okay, let me note that. Generally, what the Law Enforcement Bureau will do is they'll send an updated report to the board, just like they did on that first case, notify the board the status, if you're still under investigation, if they're pursuing criminal charges, they'll inform us of that. We haven't received an update from them. The board may be inclined to set another release date and then just note to the law enforcement.
My caseworker, and from my understanding, the reason why my date got pulled is because of disciplinary. Because in it says no more disciplinary, and that's the reason why my date got pulled was because of the disciplinary. But then when I went to IDHO, the weapons charge got dismissed.
And I'm not seeing it as dismissed. I just have it's a summary of what occurred. It's included in your institutional progress report, but on December 5th, the AO5, I'm showing it as a disciplinary conviction with your hearing date on January 9th of 2025.
On January 9th, is that the IDHO hearing?
Right.
Yeah, on that one. I should have brought the paper, but yeah, the AO5 was just, I think it was AO5, right?
That's what it's listed as, yeah. All right. I mean, that's going to be the main concern is whether or not there was any criminal charges associated with it.
Was saying the reason was because of the disciplinary, but I did get that the weapons right up dismissed.
Okay. So there's a couple options. The board could, like I said, set another release date and just note that if there's anything criminal pending for the Department of Corrections to notify the board. They could set this out for a paper review and request that the Department of Corrections submit an update on this. I don't know which direction they'll do. If they are inclined to set another release date, you reviewed your prior parole conditions?
Yeah, I did.
And you're willing to follow through with those?
Yeah, I am.
Is anything changed?
So I completed CBT. I tried to get a certificate, but my caseworker said it's all electronical, so you guys should have had it, I guess. Right now I am doing these packets that my caseworker has me doing. I got a couple of certificates here that I brought for you guys to see.
Yeah, if you want to just verbalize what you've done and what the certificates are for.
So it's like it's a guidebook that they have me doing.
The Hustle 2.0 program.
So I completed the first 2 books on it, the preseason, and waiting on my next book.
Okay. And then no.
CBT was finished on the tablet.
And no new disciplinary violations since December. And then your release plan, is it changed at all?
No, so I was supposed to get released to a residential treatment. So I've been already filled out the applications for all that. But since my date got pulled, everything got put on hold on it. So yeah, I'm just waiting to hear back. Well, I mean, waiting for a date so I could go with that. But I do have a residential treatment in line.
Okay. All right. Anything that you wanted to make sure you mentioned today? I don't make a decision in the matter. I'll forward this information to the board. So anything you want them to know?
No, just that, since my date got pulled, I have been trying to buckle down and trying to get, like, show the board that I deserve this next release date, you know what I mean? I've been here for almost 3 years on a 0 to 5. I'd like to get the chance to get out there and prove to the board and my family as well as myself that I can complete parole.
Okay. All right, I will forward that information. Thank you for your time today. The board should have a decision made. They'll mail out the order to you in a couple weeks.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the time and place scheduled for a rescission hearing for Michael Herrera, offender number 200627. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So to the best of your ability, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
I did.
Okay, and were there any obvious errors in that documentation that we need to discuss before we get started?
There was not.
Okay, thank you for that. I do want to acknowledge that we do have some friends here on your behalf today, so thank you for coming. Just so you're aware, board rules doesn't allow any input or discussion from you guys during today's hearing, but we definitely appreciate you being here and showing your support. So the purpose of today's hearing is to discuss why your parole date was rescinded. And then after today's hearing, the board will decide whether or not to grant you another parole date, at what point and under what conditions, okay? For some background, it looks like you had a rescission hearing back on 6/4 of 2024. At that time, the board did grant you a parole date of 12/2 of 2025. We did receive notice at the board back in September that you were involved in an incident at the prison and formal charges were being screened at that time. Since that time, it looks like you have pled guilty in case 241912872, and you were given credit for time served and that case was closed. Is that correct, sir? Okay, perfect. So the board did rescind this parole date. We need to see what was going on with that criminal case. And then also the board wanted to discuss and understand, kind of where your programming's at and what your plans for the future are. Okay. So let's talk about that incident. What made you choose to engage in behavior that was going to risk your parole?
Well, I was in possession of a substance.
Mhm.
And to be honest, I forgot all about it.
Okay.
But I do take accountability for it. And I am currently in some programs, CBT Life Skills. I completed the Hustle program. And right now I'm trying to get into the Captain Your Story program, but there's a waiting list for that.
Okay. And that's Captain of Your Story?
Yeah,
Captain of Your Story? Okay. And you are on the waiting list for those? Okay. So one of your major case action plan milestones, or one of your major goals, is the substance use treatment. It looks like you have been assessed and they are recommending the residential treatment and then also the medically assisted treatment if you qualify and you choose to go that route. So what are your plans for that?
Well, if I could do it and get into it, I would like that. And also I would like the opportunity to, when I do parole, go to the halfway house and do whatever I can in there if I don't get a chance to finish them in here.
Okay, if the board was to grant you a release into the community to the halfway house and gave you the condition that you had to complete a residential substance abuse treatment program, where would you complete that at?
Well, I know some halfway houses do offer you that. So if I could do it there, I would just do it right there.
Okay. And do you have anything lined up, bed space available or anything like that?
I don't, but I'm currently looking to Papillon.
Okay.
And different placements I can go to.
And do you know if your case manager has you on the list for the substance use program while you're in custody?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And one of your other goals is the anger management. Have you been able to participate in any programming to address that?
I have not.
Okay. And do you know if you're on the wait list for an anger management program?
I talked with my caseworker and she says she'll do whatever she could, but I haven't heard anything from her.
And do you know when classes start up again? I know you're in the middle of the term or the semester right now with programming.
Well, currently, since the Antelope,
Mhm.
I don't think I'm allowed to do anything of that sort yet, unless I hip hop.
Okay. And why are you currently in Antelope?
An incident that happened like 2 years ago, year and a half.
And are they going to assess your levels or are you are your points too high and you won't be eligible to leave Antelope?
I haven't got reassessed yet, but I think I should soon.
Your case manager hasn't given you an idea of when you're going to be reevaluated?
No, she hasn't.
Let's talk about the community. Walk me through who your support system is, where you'll reside or what part of the state you're going to reside in, and if you have employment lined up.
Well, I was thinking about going to, I know there's a new halfway house in Utah County.
Mhm.
So if I could make it there, I would like to go there. And my employment is, I usually go through staffing agencies and they usually line me up with the job within a day or two. And I have a friend that has provided me with a car, with a vehicle. So I'll get that out of the way and just try to do whatever programming I can while in the halfway house and just go to work day by day.
And do you have family support in the state of Utah?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Those are my questions. Is there anything else that you would like the board to take into consideration when they're making their decision of how to move forward?
Honestly, foremost, I just want to be out there and try to have communication with my daughter again. She's 6 years old and I just want to get out of here, and that's my main goal, to have a relationship with her.
Okay, thank you for that information. As the hearing official, I don't make any of the final release decisions. It's my responsibility to write up a report and present it to our board panel. Just so you're aware, and those in the audience that may not know how the board process works, our board is made up of 5 members. They're all appointed by the governor of Utah. All of our decisions require a majority vote, so at least 3 of those members have to review your file and come to the same conclusion before a decision is finalized. Because of that, our process typically takes 2 to 4 weeks. It's not done instantaneously. Unfortunately, you will not have a decision today, but as soon as the board can review your file and come to that majority vote decision, they will send you out a letter through Inmate mail that outlines their decision in its entirety, so you can start making your plans of how you're going to move forward. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
I do.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is a time and place scheduled for rescission hearing for Gufran Albander. Is it Albander? Albander? Albander, thank you. Offender number 214874. For the record, is that you? Yes. Okay, thank you. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I did.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet from the board?
I did, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that information?
Yes.
Okay, was there any errors in that documentation that we need to discuss before we get started?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. So the purpose of today's hearing is to discuss why your parole date was rescinded. And then after today's date, the board will decide whether or not to grant you another parole date and under what conditions, okay?
Okay.
So for the history, just for some procedural history, it looks like you were previously granted a parole date of 12/31 of 2024. We received a special attention at the board letting us know that you had been involved in disciplinary violations and an incident where you had received an A13 write-up. And so the board did rescind the parole date and set this hearing. But since your last hearing date with the board, it looks like you have 5 disciplinary violations and you've been convicted of 1 disciplinary violation. So we're going to discuss that. With the disciplinary violation that you've been convicted of, you are convicted of a BO3 unauthorized possession or use of an electronic device from an incident that happened on 2/14 of 2025. So what happened in that incident, ma'am?
I made a phone call and the person I called had another call come in and join the calls. And so it was a 3-way.
Okay. And what was your consequences for that disciplinary violation?
Lockdown time.
Okay. And so you do have the 5 disciplinary violations that are still pending because you have the right to due process and we're unsure of what the outcome's going to be of these. I don't want to discuss them with you because you have the right, you know, to, of course, go through your process. But the board will be watching those and seeing what the outcome is of those disciplinary violations. Also, if there's going to be potential criminal charges that are going to be filed in regards to any one of those. Do you have any idea when LEB or when you're going to be spoken to in regards to these offenses?
I do not. I mean, it's been 2 months and I still haven't heard anything.
Okay. Have you been able to participate in any programming recently?
So since I removed myself from USCF, I came to the Wasatch County Jail and I've been attending AA and whatnot like that, NA, HA.
Perfect. And do you feel that that has been beneficial from you to?
Absolutely, because I was stuck in an environment with 63 other women and it was just like constant, you know, like dragging down, and it was just like I was already going through a depression, you know, with my children, my husband dying. And so I was, you know, like caught up in that and it was like one thing led to another, you know? And so like it was just I kept getting sucked in, and like now that I've changed venues and I'm here, like I've come to my senses and like realize that this is not what I want to be doing, you know, and I've checked myself, you know, I've centered myself. So I can say a great deal that it's changed a lot.
Okay, good. Walk me through your release plans. Do you have substance use set up in the community?
Yes, so I don't know if you can see in the board jacket, my caseworker got me into Liberty Addiction, and I still have that bed. I talked to the director as well as my caseworker did too, and I have a scholarship there for the program. It's an inpatient residential program, and then followed by aftercare. And then I'm still going through my grieving process too with my husband dying and I just had another family member die. And so I'm set up with Project Reality for therapy, for my medications, for everything that, you know. And so I do plan on taking full advantage of that, especially because I don't have the means to pay, and so I was granted that scholarship, and I am going to take full advantage of that scholarship at this program.
Good.
So
Good. And I do offer my condolences for the loss of your husband and your family member. That's an awful thing to have to go through.
yeah,
Are your children taken care of right now, or are they?
yeah. I mean, they're separated right now. However, like, I just got news, and that's why I'm like fighting, because I need to get out, because like my son, my baby, just didn't want. After his dad died, he was kind of like lost, and now he just sent word basically that he is planning on living with me when I get out and have my own split place. And so that's something that I'm looking forward to, and like has set my drive even more, like, you know, forward, because that's like, you know, like, it was just kind of like my downfall right now with my sons, and they're teenage boys, they're 12 and 13, and so I definitely don't want to miss out, you know. They already lost one parent.
Thank you for that information. So what's going to happen from this point moving forward is more than likely the board's going to set out a paper review just to track these pending disciplinary violations to see how they're adjudicated and what the ending results are. There's a couple of options after that. So the board, once your disciplinary violations are resolved, they could choose to enter in a decision and go forward with determining, you know, a potential release date without having to bring you back for a hearing. Or they may choose to bring you back for another hearing to discuss, you know, what's going on, future plans, programming, things like that. You've given me some really good information, and I'll make sure that they are aware that you still have those program and treatment options available to you. But for now, because they are still outstanding, the board will have to watch those. So get with your case manager to try to get those resolved as soon as possible, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just so you're aware, with any board decision, as the hearing officer, I don't make any of the final decisions, and so it does have to go through the standard board process. So it should be, I'm hoping it doesn't take the standard 2 to 4 weeks for you to get a decision. I'm hoping that they can get one to you quickly, but look for it in your inmate mail, and that will let you know that they're looking at it for more than likely a paper review to watch those disciplinary violations, okay?
Is that always the process too with
It
write-up?
is. Yeah, so, but yeah, because they're outstanding, the board needs to have more information and to make sure that they are resolved appropriately before they can come to an actual decision for release, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I will go ahead and conclude your hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time and place scheduled for a rescission hearing for Monica Guzman, offender number 232520. We are currently here at the USCF facility. Due to some issues with the prison, we're not able to conduct this hearing at this time. So we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Roday, offender number 231574. Currently, due to some lockdown conditions here at the USCF facility, we're unable to have this hearing today. So we will go ahead and conclude this hearing at this time. This is a time and place scheduled for a rescission hearing for Chad Kimber, offender number 197383. Due to an incident here at the USCF facility, we're unable to conduct this hearing today. So we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing at this time. This is the time and place scheduled for a rescission hearing for Dallas Choate, offender number 220629. Due to issues going on at the USCF facility, we're unable to conduct this hearing at this time, so we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. So this is the time and place scheduled for an original hearing for Daniel Allison, offender number 256099. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charlotte Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive your blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review all of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there any errors or incorrect information that we need to discuss before we get started?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. If anything does come to mind during this hearing, please bring it to my attention. So currently, you're being held in custody in regards to case 2215-01389. You've been convicted of theft of a vehicle, a second-degree felony, and it looks like aggravated assault, a third-degree felony. In case 2216-00177, you've been convicted with the possession with the intent to distribute a controlled substance, a second-degree felony. Currently, your matrix or your guideline is at 23 months, giving you a guideline date of 4/3 of 2025. Your maximum expiration, or the longest that the board could potentially hold you in custody, is up until 7/17 of 2038. Just so you're aware, when it comes to your guideline date, date is not set in stone. That's a starting point for the board to look at potentially releasing you back into the community. What the board has to look at is the totality of the situation, including your acts that led up to you getting convicted of those criminal offenses, what you've been up to while you've been incarcerated, your programming completions, your institutional behavior, and a variety of other factors. So they have the authority to go below that date or beyond that date, depending on how they view your situation. Do you have any questions about that, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. So this is a smart scheduling, which means that the board sent you out prior notice that they would like you to complete the residential substance use treatment program or the substance use treatment program, whichever you were assessed to complete, CBT, and remain compliant with your case action goals. So those are some of the things that we're going to be discussing today. Okay, sir? The first thing that I want to discuss is your offenses. I read the pre-sentence reports, and so I'm aware of the official version of the events that led up to you being convicted of these criminal offenses. But what I want to know is, in your own words, what was going on in your life that led up to you committing these offenses, and what you did and why you chose to take those actions. So why don't we start with the theft and the aggravated assault? Walk me through that situation.
I had been using for a few years at that point. I was driving around looking to take a vehicle. Shouldn't have even been there that night. Saw a truck that I wanted and I took it. When I tried to flee, there was a lady in the road. I almost hit her with the truck.
And why did you choose to almost hit her?
I wasn't intentionally trying to hit her. I don't have any violence on my record. I don't go about trying to hurt people. I was trying to escape with the truck. It was really stupid of me. I shouldn't have even been there that night, and I'm glad she's okay.
And was the vehicle recovered?
Yes.
Was there any restitution owing in regards to that matter?
$500 for the ignition.
And is that something that you're willing to pay?
Absolutely.
And do you recall if that was court ordered?
I don't. I know it was part of it was restitution, so I'm assuming it was, but even
Okay.
if it wasn't, I would still pay it.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. And then let's talk about the other offense, the possession with the intent to distribute. What happened there?
I was also high at that time. I had ran from the cops in a stolen vehicle. Truck broke down. I ran on foot, then was taken into custody. And I had drugs on me.
What were you using at the time?
Meth.
And how often were you using methamphetamine at that point?
Every single day, multiple times a day.
What got you started with methamphetamine?
I've been in and out of jail and prison since I was 18. All I've known is a criminal life, and I started selling drugs and then using them, and that's really all I've known for, you know, the past almost 20 years.
Okay.
So,
And have you done treatment programs in the past?
yeah, I graduated in Nevada, their drug court. I graduated October 11th, 2018, and had a relapse and just started using again. And then I'm currently in the HOPE program. I'm actually leading the HOPE program. I'm one of the seniors there. Kind of turned my whole world around. I'm more positive. I want to be successful. They taught me how to lead men. So I'm feel like I'm doing a million times better than I was. I don't want to use. I have a 6-year-old son that knows me only by my voice on the phone. I want to change that.
When do you graduate the HOPE program?
I have 10 more CBIs left, so I'm thinking April.
Okay. What do you think one of the biggest takeaways from the HOPE program has been so far that's going to help you have some long-term success and sobriety in the community?
Learning how to stop myself. I'm a very impulsive person, so them teaching me how to stop, close my eyes, take a breath, and choose the right path, you know, weigh the pros and cons of every decision. It's really helped me, you know, succeed so far.
Good. What are your long-term plans for treatment?
Well, I'm an addict for life, but I'm a recovering addict. So I like going to meetings, NA meetings. I was doing that when I was in Las Vegas. I was at a sober living house. Eventually, you know, I would like to get my own place. You know, have a job, just not be a part of the crazy life that I've lived. I want to change. And I feel like I have started to change. It's good.
So outside of the HOPE program, what other programs have you been able to participate in?
I did anger management. I did unlock your thinking. I don't remember the other one. But it kind of opened my eyes to why I don't want to be a criminal anymore.
So you have had a couple of disciplinary violations. I do want to acknowledge, first off, that you have not had a disciplinary violation since May of last year. So thank you so much for holding yourself to a good standard of conduct throughout this last year. But unfortunately, we do need to talk about these, even though they are older. They are both a little alarming. In 12 of 2023, you did receive an A13 substance abuse. And then again in March or May of 2024, you received another substance abuse disciplinary violation. And it looks like both of them were for homemade brew. So walk me through that. Why were you choosing to engage in that type of behavior and risking your sobriety?
I wasn't thinking. In the one in December, I just gotten a rehearing to the board for today, and I wasn't using my head. I wasn't thinking. It was just a stupid decision, and I was just trying to fit in.
What do you think the biggest change has been in you throughout this incarceration?
Me not wanting to be a part of this life anymore. I'm tired of being in prison. I'm tired of going to jail. I'm tired of disappointing my kid, myself, my family, my support systems. I want to be good. I want to do better.
Let's talk about you getting back into the community. Walk me through your release plan. Where will you reside? Not an exact address, but you know, what part of the state, with who is your support system? What type of employment will you be doing? Things like that.
So I talked to a few sober livings, and they can't accept me until I have a date to get out. But I've talked to a few of them, and they have room for me. Rock Solid in Orem, Jaywalker, Building Beginnings. There's a few places that I've called and I've talked to that they told me, get a date, go to the board first. If you can get out, then we have a bed for you. I can do anything construction. I'm a heavy equipment operator. I'm a welder. Pacific Line Construction, I guess, is always looking for people. The good thing about being out here in Utah is the place that I want to go is I don't know anybody over there. So I won't be meeting up with anybody who could potentially be a high risk situation for me. I want to get out. I want to get to work, get my own place, get my own vehicle, see my kid as much as I can, and just be successful. My support system, my parents, I have a couple best friends, a brother that I talk to all the time. And they're always looking out for me, looking for ways that they can help me improve and be a better person. And I'm ready for my next step.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that information. And, you know, congratulations on almost finishing the HOPE program. You're really close. And like I said, you know, you've had great institutional behavior, and those are some of the things that the board's going to be looking at when making their decision. So I'll definitely make sure that they're aware that you are going to be graduating there in April. So please stay on track with that and make sure you do finish that programming. Those are my questions. Is there anything else that you would like to add to this hearing that you would like the board to know about you or your accomplishments or your goals for the future?
I would like to finish what I started and at least graduate HOPE before I leave. It's an accomplishment that I set. Every module in HOPE that we do, it tells us to list a short-term goal and a long-term goal. And my long-term goal was to complete HOPE and graduate. My short-term goals were, complete the module and participate and do good and make sure that I'm never late, never missing anything. And I've succeeded in all my goals so far. Just got one left. So
good. That's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for participating in this hearing today. I know we cover a lot of information in a very quick amount of time. So thank you for being very candid and open with me. As the hearing officer, I do not make any of the final release decisions. It's my responsibility to write up a huge report that is then submitted to our board panel. Our board is made up of 5 people. They're all appointed by the governor of Utah. And with that, all of our decisions require a majority vote. So at least 3 of the 5 board members have to review your file and come to the same conclusion before a decision is finalized. Because of that, you don't get a decision today. Our decisions are delayed a little bit, but they typically take about 2 to 4 weeks. But as soon as they come to a conclusion on their end and finalize that, they'll send you out a letter through inmate mail. So watch your inmate mail. A letter will come from the board that outlines their decision in its entirety. A parole date, if one's given, will have all of your parole conditions. So that way you can start planning how you're going to move forward and the support you're going to need in the community. Okay?
Cool. Thank
Okay,
you.
definitely. Any questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. I wish
Thank
you the
you.
best of luck, and I'll go ahead and conclude your hearing. So this is a time and place scheduled for an original hearing for Quinn Cleveland, offender number 214892. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Charla Parrott, and I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm going to be the one who's conducting your hearing today. I am going to be taking some testimony from you, so I do need to swear you in. So if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive a blue disclosure packet from the board?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review all of that information?
I did.
Were there any obvious errors in that documentation we need to discuss before we get started?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, if anything does come to mind during this hearing, just bring it to my attention, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So we're here in regards to your conviction in case 221401-326. You've been convicted of failure to respond to officer signal to stop, a 3rd-degree felony. Currently, your guideline or your matrix is at 26 months, giving you a guideline date of 7/21 of 2025. The maximum expiration or the longest that the board could potentially hold you in custody is up until 5/21 of 2028. Just so you're aware of the guideline dates, that date's not set in stone. That date is something that the board will start looking at potentially releasing you. They have the authority to release you below that date or beyond that date, just depending on how they view your situation in its entirety. Do you have any questions about that, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. It looks like this is a smart scheduling, which means the board sent you out prior notice that they wanted you to participate in certain programming. And it looks like they wanted you to participate in the CBT programming, the cognitive behavior therapy, and then also to participate in the substance use treatment program or the residential substance use treatment program, whichever one your ASAM or your assessment came back as showing that you needed. So those are some of the things that we are going to be discussing. Just so you're aware, we did receive a earn time credit for the completion of your GED high school diploma. So the board will be taking that into consideration when making their release decision, okay?
Okay.
So let's start by talking about your offense. I read the pre-sentence report, and so I'm aware of the official version of what happened. But walk me through, your perspective. What was going on in your life? What led up to you committing these offenses, and why did you choose to take the actions that you did?
So I was, I don't want to say this with it sounding like placing any blame on anybody. I was in a toxic relationship. We were in a transition of that car being mine, me buying it from the partner I was with. And we got in an argument because I was over at a friend's house that she didn't agree with. And she came to take the keys from me, and I instead of giving her the keys, I got in the car and I left and told her I'd meet her at our apartment, which she called the car and stolen, and I did not steal the car. So that's how I got the breach of trust. And it was my unrational decision making that when the cops lit me up to pull me over, instead of pulling over and just having a conversation with them, I fled out of fear of not having a license and going to jail. Something that I don't ever want to do again. Yeah, I realized that it definitely wasn't the right decision. The officers that did pull me over and eventually had arrested me, we had a really good conversation afterwards. And I think it was that day that I realized that they're more of a friend, they're not a foe. So.
Mhm. That is true. You not having a license would have been small potatoes compared to where you're at today,
Right.
because of it. So yeah, so it always pays to stay and talk to the police officers and resolve the issues at that point in time. How are you going to make better decisions in the future?
I know I have an amazing boss that I work for, which I've already currently kind of started working on my recovery and bits and pieces of living a healthier lifestyle. So I'm glad that he's willing to hold on to my job for me, which I'm super grateful for. And just my family, my sober support. And I feel like, I know it seems as though like I'm still making bad decisions, but it slowly is gradually, I've gotten older, I've matured a lot more, and I've come to realize I don't want this anymore. I'm tired of being locked up and being away from my family. I come from an amazing family that deserve to have me in their presence. I'm making better choices and being a better example. And I think after the age of 30, I've just matured more to the point that I don't want to make those decisions anymore.
Good. So let's talk about your programming. So I know you've had your ASAM or your substance use assessment, and you do need the residential program. But I did see that you've been unable to secure a spot in that programming at this point. If the board was to grant you an opportunity to complete the programming in the community, do you have a program lined up?
I do. I've been talking with 7th Street, and her name is Courtney Averett, and she told me that she would like to do a reassessment and possibly line me up with Hope, or was it Hope Rising or Phoenix Rising, and a sober living. But if not, if ARSA is the case in 7th Street, and they're available for me, so.
What programming have you been able to complete while you've been in custody, including tablet work?
So I did all the trade courses. I really enjoyed the HVAC course, and I actually have family members that are currently doing HVAC and working in that kind of field. So I do have an outlet to kind of get into that trade. So that's one of the things I do want to continue to do is kind of go to a trade school and pursue a little HVAC career, because I feel like that would be a little bit more of a sustainable wage. Even though I got a good job, HVAC is a little more sustainable.
And I do want to, commend you on buckling down and getting your diploma and focusing on your education. That is huge. So I think that that's going to also be a door opener for you also in the future. So thank you for participating in that. Have you been able to do any CBT or MRT type programming?
Yes, I'm in MRT. I'm on step 8. And I did a anger management course, CBT on the tablet, as well as personal responsibility and thinking for a change. I think that was the name of it. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
You're okay.
Which I thoroughly enjoyed the courses. I really like the aspect of it, of them pointing out that the way you think really ultimately dictates the choices that you make. So if I'm to think a little bit better, then it'll be better for my choices. As well as the anger management, I let go of a lot of anger. I found a lot of forgiveness for myself and as I've written you guys a letter, I explained that growing up, my parents were stretched a little thin, but I've come to the realization that it's not their fault. It was just we had a lot of siblings, so it wasn't their fault. They couldn't give me a little bit more attention, even though I was raised really well. So I've come to the realization that it's really my fault for the choices that I made, not theirs.
Good. What do you have any ideas of what programming you would like to participate in the future, either in the community or while you're incarcerated, that could benefit you?
I know I want to see what voc rehab is all about. I know I've worked with them before in the past, but I never really thoroughly engaged with them. But I know I've heard a lot of good things. So I want to pursue that and see where that road can lead. As well as AA, I want to do the AA steps. I want to personally work with my APMP or my parole officer. I've always had the intention to have a personal relationship with my APMP officer, my parole officer, which I guess have fallen short on, which thanks to the officers in here, I've built great relationships with these guys in here. So I kind of want to continue that as I go out and just be a little bit more personal with them and not so much them against me attitude, which I've learned can really be beneficial if you just, break that barrier.
Yes, and that's really good insight. And so I'm glad that you mentioned that, because you hit it on the head. Like your APMP agent is your biggest ally in the community. They have direct access to resources, to services, to the support that you need to stay on track. And they aren't just there to put you back in custody.
Right.
They're there to really walk you through everything and to be, that go-to person for you. So I'm glad that you are recognizing that. And I think that will help you be successful. I do want to note that you have had excellent institutional behavior. Thank you so much for holding yourself to a high standard of conduct. We are very much aware of the drama and stuff that goes on in the prison system. So thank you for holding yourself to a high standard of conduct, being a good or an easy person for the staff to manage. That definitely makes their lives easier, makes your life easier, and shows the board that you can be respectful and follow the rules and regulations that are set forth before you. So thank you for that. Continue that good work. That is something that the board does watch closely. So continue working on that. Those are my questions. Is there anything else that you would like the board to take into consideration that we haven't had a chance to discuss?
Not that I could think of. I think we've covered it pretty well. I just appreciate you guys. Thank you for the roof over my head and feeding me. I know it's, you know, it's a blessing to have these things. So, I just appreciate you guys. It goes both ways. So thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. Just so you're aware of what happens from this point moving forward, as the hearing officer, I don't make any of the release decisions. It's my responsibility to write up a huge report that is submitted to the board. It's based on what we've discussed today and what's in your blue disclosure packet. From there, the board has to vote. So our board is a 5-member panel. They're all people that have been appointed by the governor of Utah, and all of our decisions require a majority vote. So at least 3 of the 5 board members have to come to the same conclusion before a decision is finalized. Because of that, it does take a little bit of time. So you don't get to find out today what your decision is, unfortunately. It takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to go through their process. Once your decision is finalized on our end, we will send you out a letter through inmate mail. So start watching your inmate mail. They'll send you out a board letter that includes a parole date if one's given, and any and all parole conditions that they'll be requiring of you. It could also include programming conditions that they want you to complete while you're in custody. But whatever it is, the board will outline it there for you. And so that way you can start making your plans of how you're going to move forward.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for me, sir?
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and I will go ahead and conclude your hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the record.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing from Mr. ISIDRO. Again, is Montano, offender number 244165. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. You'll be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm a testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over it?
I did.
Perfect. Was there anything wrong in that information, or can I move forward?
Yeah, there was a couple of things that are just the language is changed on the report.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just a couple of names that are different than what they're supposed to be. Sergeant D. Herrera, that's the sergeant that approved the write-up, but I didn't say anything to her. It was to Officer Mullins. My understanding is you can look up in the computer and look at the original write-ups yourself, and you can see the difference. Yeah.
Is she the one that approved it as a supervisor, or is she the one that? Okay. If she can approve it as a supervisor, that's fine. The person that took the original reports, usually the one that writes it. What else did you have an issue with?
Well, yeah, it's just that it's like, for instance, on the other, you can see the report that I'm looking at. You can see it yourself too.
I'm not looking at it right now.
Okay, well, yeah, there's just the language is different. That's all I'm just saying. It's different from the write-up than what is written down here. That's
okay.
just,
Let's see what I got here. Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the one where it says the judge. It says that I stated that to the judge. Yelled at Judge Dow and stated, you dumb, all the bad words that I said there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't happen. I never said any of that to the judge. I know Judge McDowell. I've done some yard work for him in the past. I know him personally. I sent him a letter apologizing. The only thing he heard me say was, I'm trying to get the F out of prison. After that, the officer muted me. He took me to another room. And then while I was in the room by myself, trying to deal with the reality of the situation, I said things like that to that extent. But it wasn't to the judge.
Okay. I'm noting that right now. Okay, I got that in.
Okay, as far as the first one goes, where it says that I was in the section yelling and whatnot, the first one you see there.
Yep.
Yes. Do you know are you familiar with the word check-in? Do you know what that means?
I did 11 years at Utah State Prison in the gang unit in death row. So yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so the check-in is necessarily a person that asks for help, a person that can no longer live in a section. That is the worst of the worst. A sex offender that molests children has more respect than a check-in. Once you're a check-in, it's a jacket you carry with you, and it's a problem ever since. I became that the first week that I came into prison, which was in 2019. I became a check-in. Ever since then, I had to deal with it back and forth, different things. There's always an ultimatum for me. There's always a section they can take me to. There's always some, but they never let me put safeties on nobody. They never keep me away from population. They always keep me in population. There's always a way to deal with that. I tried telling officials at the new prison that I needed to be under safeties. I need to be in a section with sex offenders or modified people. They never would. They said, no, you're fine. We're going to put you in population with everybody else. If you go to a section in the Henrys out here in Gunnison, every section is run by active gang members. They run the section. They are the section reps. So when you live in a section around gang members, a person like me has to get extorted. And yes, I was being extorted. I paid a couple of eggs a week. I will give away my milk. My sonny was a sex offender. We both had to do that. During the days that this happened, this incident on the 27th of December, right around Christmas time, they brought up a notion where they wanted us to pay them a bag of coffee each a week. And that's when I said, you know what? I'm done. I'm not paying anymore. Anybody else, I'm not going to get a milk, whatever, those are state stuff. But for me, for my family to come out of pocket every week to pay for a bag of coffee, that's not going to work. So I confronted the section. Yes, I went out there and I yelled at people and I called people out, but I already knew that my time was just numbered there. I had to leave the section at that same time. And if I didn't do the things that I did at that moment, I would not be where I'm at right now looking at you. My glasses would not be intact. They would have been broken. I would have had scars. I would have got stabbed. I would have got beat up if I didn't do the things that I did in order to leave. The way that I did it, how I just asked the guards to get me out of the section, it's a formula that I've been using for years. It's the only way to get these officers to really understand me and for them to make a decision to get me out of the section was for me to press a button and say, I can no longer live in a section. It's worked every single time except this time. This time I get charged for it. This time I'm manipulating housing. No, that's not. No, this is the way it's been working ever since. But I don't know, this time things change. Things are different. Now you get charged for asking for help. So it's a catch-22. This is what I learned from this time. It's a catch-22. Either if you fight, you get in trouble. If you don't fight, you're still gonna get in trouble. So there's no way out of it.
Okay. Did they find you guilty on the disorderly or did they dismiss it?
Sorry.
Did they dismiss the disorderly or did they fine you?
They fine me for every single one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been fined for every single one. And it's okay. You know, like overall, my attitude was wrong. I was wrong. I should have took this a different way. I should have been more patient, or simply I should have just got beat up and got stabbed. You know, that would have been
No,
cool.
I don't think that's the answer.
You know, that's what would have happened if I didn't do it. You know, but it's okay. You know, I learned my lesson, and you know, I'm like I said, everything would have been different. Like for instance, the last one where the officer that I cussed out the officer, it was already 3-4 days. I'm diabetic. I'm type 1. I need my insulin. How is it that the doctors and people can't give me my insulin? Why is it that the new prison that has all these nurses and a huge hospital and infirmary cannot get it together to give me insulin within the first day I was there? Why did it have to take 3-4 days? Why did Officer Mullins have to get mad and talk to me the way he did and make fun of me the way he did for me to react the way? You see, and that was my fault. I reacted the wrong way. He made a joke. He thought it was funny. He enjoyed it. And I, instead of reacting a different way, I snapped at him and I said the things that I said to him. You know, I learned that. That's my lesson. I learned that my mouth got the best out of me. My safety was at risk. My life was at risk. My mental health was at risk. And I didn't know how else to deal with these situations. I've never had a record in the prison of violence. And I've never had a record of multiple write-ups like this time. Never before. And I don't know where this came from, that I'm getting punished for doing the right thing. I even told the warden, that's the one that stepped in, and she's the one that put me in protective custody. I'm in Hickory for protective custody. I'm not in Hickory for being bad. I'm in Hickory for protective custody. I even told them about the tattoo guns and the stuff that was going on in the sections that everybody is accusing me of informing for the officials. That was never true, and that was one of the biggest problems, because I'm a check-in. Everybody thinks that I'm a snitch, so That was my problem there. That was what the issue was going on.
Now, why did you quote unquote check in? Were you trying to leave your gang or?
No, I checked in because I came into the prison, and usually I'm from California. When you go into prison, you deal with your race. Everything's segregated. You go with your race. No matter what gang or whatever, you go with your race. And I walked into a section in Birch, and I walked in with the Mexican people, and I dealt with them. And then a couple of days later, I figured it out that it was just a sham. It was a joke. There's no need to be segregated. Utah prison is not just, it's a daycare center compared to other prisons. There's no need to segregate and be part of a gang. You can be on your own. You can do your own thing. And I didn't know that. I didn't know what else to think about prison, you know? So I hung out with some people. And then after that, I said, you know what? I don't want to be part of you guys' group. So they said, well, go and press the button and tell them that you can't live in a section. I was excited. I didn't know what that meant. That meant maybe I can go to a different section in the prison. Because when I walked into that section, I was the only person that came in with me from R&O. And I was like, wow, I can probably go to another place. I didn't know. And no, I got TRO'd and I got put, you know, I was able to stay in the section, but I always got left with that mark that I was a check-in.
Got it.
It's been like that ever since. I'm back here in Hickory. At the bottom, it says that because I'm on E-level that I couldn't get classes done. I've done every single class on the tablet. I have diplomas here. You know, or certificates, like I said, anger management, domestic violence, stuff like that. It says here that I would either fill out to do MRT. MRT was the best class that I've ever taken in prison. It changed my whole life, gave me a whole different perspective of life, MRT. If I was to do it again, it would be the same information. It wouldn't be any different. I still have my book at home, you know? It wouldn't be any different of it for me to be contingent to finish it. I would love to do it again if that's what the board wants me to do in the future. I would love to do it again.
I don't know. Sitting here talking to you, I mean, it's one thing to form an opinion, which I did when I was reading the disciplinaries and preparing for the hearing. But after speaking with you, you know, I feel like I'm fairly open-minded and pretty neutral to things. And what you're telling me makes sense based off of my experience that I've had in the past, and plus all the other hearings that I've had where we've had offenders who've gone through the same circumstances that you. I really have to consider it, but I think you make a good point of getting a date and being able to move on with your life. I don't think keeping you in max for non-punitive reasons is going to do you any good at having you stay in any longer. I mean, that's what my thoughts are right now. Obviously, I understand well, to the best of my ability, I understand your frustrations with staff. And if that's the case, then that shouldn't be happening. But I do understand that at times it does happen. You know, what am I trying to say? You're not justified in saying what you said and acting how you acted, but I understand the frustration why you did it. Okay.
I mean, my goal is to get out to the halfway house, to get out to 42, so that I can finish the substance abuse classes that are told for me to do. I've done them I've done them in 3 different places. I messed up in different places, but I want to get those done. I want to be able to pay the fines. I want to be able to pay the supervision fees. I want to pay the center fees off, so that I can expire next year. I believe I expire next year. I want to get all this done, so that I can, you know, so that I can expire and not have to ever have to worry about it again. I don't want to owe the state anymore. I want to collect my state income tax.
Right. Would you consider a termination if I was to put that before the board?
I was told that I wouldn't be able to terminate with my charges, that mines are all sort of consecutive, that I still haven't even earned credit on my last Class A that I believe I was told.
Okay.
So I didn't have that in mind.
Right. Well,
I'd rather you just give me a parole date. I'd rather you just give me a parole date, send me to the halfway house, make that a part of a stipulation, make that so that I can stay there and finish the classes and what's it called, stabilize, so that I can get out and have a chance to get things going for me out there. Instead of just, you know, just having me there do classes and have me on what's the other one called? There's two types. I can't think about the other word. Residential, what do you call it? Transitional. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do a transitional at the moment. I do have a couple jobs lined up, but as you can hear from the economy, everything with Doge and everything that's happening, it's not looking pretty good out there. But I do know that I can have something as far as a job goes. Like I said, those are my goals: to pay off the fines, pay everything I owe the state from here, you know, center fees and all, save money to get out for expired and finish the substance abuse classes.
All right.
If you can give me back my parole date, that would be great. My daughter's birthday is on the 12th. I wanted to be there for her. Like I said, I apologize for the way I acted towards staff and the way I came at people. It was my fault. I just didn't know how else to deal with it. There was nobody else listening to me. Nobody else was on to help me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be back here. You won't get any more write-ups from me. I'll tell you that. I'm in a safe place. I'm great. I'm good. You know, for the time remaining, I will not get any more write-ups. I won't. I have not even a negative C note. I volunteer to help people here in the section. Yeah, I won't do anything wrong anymore.
Okay. Okay. Ultimately, it'll be the board's decision as far as what they want to do. Again, I told you what my thoughts are on that. And I'll make my recommendation and we'll see what the board has to say about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else I can help you with today?
No, that's it.
Okay, take care of yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and conclude. This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Fidel Hernandez, offender number 252-018. Is that you, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Hernandez, my name is Robert Samuels and I'm a hearing officer for the Board of Pardons and Parole. You'll be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. You have to think about that for a second.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Hernandez, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue packet and have time to go over it?
I did.
Was there anything wrong in that information or can I move forward?
You can move forward.
Okay, so we're here today because you received a disciplinary and there was a potential of criminal charges being reported by the Department of Corrections, and I'm trying to see, I don't think it was for weapon possession.
Yeah, that's the write-up that I got.
Okay. And you haven't been seen by the IDHO yet, is that correct?
They came to see me, but I pleaded not guilty.
Okay. What was the finding?
I still haven't got a deed yet.
Okay. So it looks like you have a mandatory appearance, so I'm not going to ask any questions about this. What I'm going to recommend that we do is we put this out for probably a 2-month paper review. And then we'll have our specialists look to see if the case has been adjudicated. If it hasn't, then we'll review you every month after that. Now, if it does adjudicate before the 2 months, send us a kite and let us know. And then we will get you back on the calendar sooner.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else I can help you with today, sir?
No, that's it. Thank you.
I appreciate your time and I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, you too.
out on her phone through her when we were together and stuff, and he would talk to her and befriended her.
So let me understand this correctly. He was out and you were using his phone pin, is that right?
No, I was out, and he called her on his own phone pin.
Okay,
So her number was already approved since 23 or 24 on his phone pin. And then when I came back, he's like, yeah, go ahead. You can call your wife. And
okay, all right.
because we know each other and we were friends, and he was befriending my wife. And
Now, I read that there was a protective order that was dropped, is that right?
correct.
Okay.
And I was gonna ask about the no contact. Can that be dropped or removed?
Now, are we
Because
talking
she's-
about the no contact with the wife?
Yeah, because she has 3 of my children. My daughter was just born February 17th, and
Right.
I didn't get to even know anything about it until what type of hearing was it? An administrative hearing for ORS.
Okay,
That's the only reason I found out anything about my daughter. We have 3 children ranging from, hold on, how old is Jax? 3 all the way to a newborn. We've been together since 2020 when I got out the first time in October.
okay. I'm gonna put it to the board and let them know that that's what you're asking for. And I'll also let them know too that the protective order was withdrawn in the court.
Okay,
That'll be their decision ultimately.
Okay.
But I will put it to them and we'll see what they recommend. Now you're a child sex offender. So there's gonna be sex offender A conditions, which
Correct.
which will limit the access to your children. You'll need to go through your agent, DCFS if they're involved, and your therapist for approval to see your children. That's not in our control. That's not in our control.
Yes, so by that also, I've completed SOTP in prison.
Mhm.
I've completed SOTP out of prison. The only thing I had left for my therapy was the exit polygraph, which I've had scheduled every time.
Okay,
And I get picked up and brought back to prison before I can take it.
okay. Well, that needs to stop happening and you need to get that
Correct.
taken care of, right?
Correct. And I was in the reunification process because I have 2 older children in Colorado that I was doing reunification with through my therapist and my parole officer at the time in 23.
Now you have a TBI, is that correct?
Correct. I have a TBI from a car accident in 2002 or 2001, something like that, when I was 10 years old. And then I just received another TBI May 29th from having a car fall on my face, and it destroyed my face pretty bad.
Okay.
What I'm asking for the board though is instead of sending me to a halfway house or anything like that, let me go to like the home inn through the church so I can file my disability, so I can do that, get the medical treatment that I need that the halfway house does not provide.
Is that gonna be enough of a disability so that you don't work?
No, I still plan on having a job. I will probably get a job in the automotive industry because that's what I've been doing since I was 15. I'm actually going to school at Davis Tech. I'm like 80 hours away from completing the first course of the automotive. And then I planned on doing either the advanced automotive or diesel technician at Davis Tech. And I've already set that up with Tanner Coons, who is the student advisor up there.
Okay.
I have a huge family support here in Utah, just not in Ogden. I didn't have anyone up there. My mom is in Springville. My wife's in West Jordan. My sisters are in West Jordan.
So are you looking at staying in Salt Lake County?
Yes, please.
Okay. We won't approve the address. That will be up to adult probation and parole.
Okay.
That's just not in our purview. But what you've told me, I've heard numerous times before. I worked in a halfway house for a little bit, so I understand the whole thing about disability and being in a CCC and that you don't qualify for it. So
yeah,
that will be up to AP&P, but that makes sense why. Let me see. Let me see if there's any other questions that I have. I feel like, oh, how is your mental health doing real quick?
I'm sad because I missed the birth of another child. And I wanted to be there to support my wife. I've only been at the birth of one of my children, and that's my oldest child, and I've been incarcerated for the rest. So it's
do you have any diagnosis? Are you taking any meds?
No, the only medication I'm on is Tylenol and a vertigo med called meclizine or something like that. Because I have really bad vertigo due to this accident.
I can't imagine that. That's got to be horrible to deal with.
And the cold does not help at all.
Yeah.
And my first winter was brutal.
Are you going to be okay with working?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I'm gonna power through it no matter what because I have to support my children. They are what matters the most to me because I didn't have a father growing up. My father wasn't in the picture, and I don't want my children to be like, oh, my dad wasn't in the picture. I'm doing everything I can to be in the picture.
Okay. All right. So the only thing we have to have that there will be a no contact order between you and your original victim. I'm going to put it to the board that they remove the no contact order with your wife as it was dismissed in court.
Okay.
And that you will abide by your SOA conditions, correct?
Correct, I will.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
Usually about how long does it usually take them?
Good question. Right now it's been taking them about 2 to 3 weeks to get the decisions back. You'll get it through inmate mail. If anybody in your family wants to know, check the board's website under decisions, probably after about 12 days or so, and it'll search under your last name and it should electronically list the board's decision.
Okay. And then what was the other question? It says, so I've taken polygraphs. And apparently there wasn't one put in by my old probation officer that I have passed a polygraph.
All right.
My mom's trying to find that information out. She's actually contacted John Pickup, who I took it through when I was with Harold Blakelock for therapy. And I passed it through them. And apparently it's never been brought up that I have passed a polygraph.
Okay.
So
there's not much we can do about that, but that is good to know. If she does find out, tell her to let us know. Just be compliant with what they ask you to do.
Okay.
if you passed it once, you should have no problem passing it again. And then, you know, the idea is that you're able to move on with your life. Stop coming back.
No, I wouldn't have came back this time, but I messed up. I should ask for permission to go get married, and that's my bad.
Okay.
I
You know
own
what
that.
you know what you need to do, so take care of your business.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and conclude. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome. So we're here on this rescission because you were scheduled or required to complete substance use treatment, and you're not going to be able to by your guideline date. Why is that?
I don't really think the program was available. I could have made more of an effort to try to get into one beforehand, maybe one in a county or somewhere else, but I'd gotten accepted to another treatment provider out on the streets. But now I'm in the HOPE program now. I'm scheduled to graduate in June.
Okay, so we're talking about a month difference.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's easy then. Okay, we can deal with that. You're not here on disciplinary.
No.
Sometimes it takes a little bit to get into programming. We're not going to hold that against you. You will need to complete it, and then I'll recommend that they set up a parole date right after that.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm really grateful to get in, and I anticipated a little bit of a wait, so I think I'm actually making pretty good time with the program now.
Do you know when your scheduled completion date is?
I believe we don't have an exact date yet. I believe it's in late May or early June.
Okay. Okay. So that gives me something to work with then. Okay, that's fine. So it took you some time to get into the program. That's not your fault. Sometimes that happens. You're in the program, you're going to complete it. When was your original release date? Oh, okay, it was in February. So we're talking about a couple months there. All right.
Yeah, my initial release date was February 11th.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so what I'm going to recommend to the board is that we're looking at like a middle of June. parole date. That way you'll have time to complete and then the Department of Corrections will have a week or two to get you ready to go. Does that sound okay?
Absolutely. And I don't anticipate it taking any longer than that, but it could, I suppose, I think the middle of June would be the absolute latest I would graduate.
Okay.
Sometimes some classes get missed due to IMSs and unforeseen circumstances, so it could push out a little bit into June. We don't have an exact date.
Okay. The one thing that I don't want to do is have you being in prison any longer than is necessary, considering you're over guideline. So I'm not sitting here trying to make you do all this extra time. I want you to get out and, and be fair.
I appreciate that. I feel as though I'm ready, I've never had a write-up or a negative C note or anything like that the whole time I've been here.
Yeah, and I saw that too when I was preparing your case. So usually when there's a disciplinary involved with the failure to complete a contingency, they let us know that. So
absolutely. Cool.
So you seem to be good to go that way. So I'll probably recommend then towards the end of June, make sure that you've got plenty of time and get you going.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else, any questions you have, anything you'd like to say?
No, I really appreciate your time and you guys giving me a chance with parole, and I really look forward to the future. So
excellent. Well, we look forward that you'll be able to be successful and move on in your life. That's really what we'd like.
yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Is there anything else, sir?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and conclude, and I wish you the best of luck. Okay, good afternoon. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Mr. Derek Clark Johansson, offender number 190178. Is that you, sir?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Are you Derek Johansson?
I am.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Johansson. My name is Robert Samuels. I'm a hearing officer for the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. You'll be providing me with testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Excellent. Mr. Johansson, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to go over that?
I did.
Was there anything wrong in that information, or can I move forward?
You can move forward. There was only one thing, but it just had to do with some credit for time served, but I don't want the hearing to be about that.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to bring it up as we're in the middle of things or whatever, just let me know. Usually credit for times served is figured by specialists that we have here. That's their job. We, the hearing officers, don't figure that. You don't want us to do that, so.
Okay.
Okay, so you are here today for a multitude of cases. Most of them involve stealing heavy equipment from construction sites. One of them was involved a knife.
No, there was a case that was put into the plea agreement. It had to do regarding a stolen car. Someone was giving me a ride. I happened to be a passenger. I didn't know that the car was stolen.
Okay.
Part of the plea deal, that was a part of it, but I never did anything violent with a knife or any, that wasn't me.
So just for the record, I'm going to clarify why we're here. Case 211-905-409, theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony. Case 211-901-848, theft by deception, a third-degree felony, and another count of theft by deception, a third-degree felony. Case 201-914-169, one count of theft, 2 counts of theft, 3 counts of theft. All third-degree felonies, 1 count of theft by deception, a third-degree felony, 1 count of theft, a third-degree felony, and 1 count of theft by deception, a third-degree felony. Case 211-905-226, 1 count of theft, a third-degree felony, and 1 count of receive or transfer of a stolen vehicle, a third-degree felony. Case 201-901-020, theft, a third-degree felony. 211-771, theft by deception, a third-degree felony. 211-905-919, 1 count of theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony. 1 count of theft by deception, a third-degree felony. Case 201-911-942, 1 count of theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony. Case 211-903-344, theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony. Case 221-906-798, theft by receiving stolen property, second-degree felony. Case 221-912-580, theft by receiving stolen property, third-degree felony. Case 221-912-580, theft by receiving stolen property, a third-degree felony. Theft by receiving stolen property, again, a third-degree felony. Theft by deception, a third-degree felony. And case 221-904-080, 1 count of theft, a second-degree felony. Mr. Johansson, that's quite a bit there. What was going on when you decided to grab all those cases?
First and foremost, I would like to start off by saying I take full accountability and responsibility for my behaviors and actions. Having said that, during that time, it was probably the darkest point of my life. I was dealing with a divorce, which if anybody that's experienced that, it's nothing that I wish upon even my worst enemy. Having gone through a divorce and having kids, along comes with that, having a connection and being able to spend time with my child. It was one of those moments where that was stripped away from me. If that wasn't enough, at that time I just lost a career of 14 years. And I was struggling I was going down a dark path of depression.
What kind of job was that?
I worked for the Department of Defense. I started out at Desert Chemical Depot and then transitioned to Dugway. I was a scientist 1 there. To cope with all of these horrific events in my life, I turned to alcohol and drugs as a coping mechanism. Instead of a healthy coping mechanism, I turned to a life of despair and peril. It's something I'm not proud of. I was unable to maintain jobs after that, and in order to fuel my alcohol and drug addiction, I turned to a life of crime. It's something I'm very shameful about. I regret. I have a lot of guilt. However, during this time in prison, I've taken the opportunity and wanted to maximize.
We'll go there in a second. What kind of drugs were you taking?
I was on cocaine and alcohol.
How often were you using it?
Every day.
Had you used prior to this?
Yes. But prior to that, I'd been clean and sober about 4 years.
Okay. Were you using coke and alcohol before?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't using cocaine. I was using alcohol prior to that.
Okay. What got you started on cocaine?
I was presented to me by a friend, and it just spiraled out of control from there. And I was using crack cocaine as well. I was using those methods in order to numb the feelings that I was having instead of facing them and trying to rehabilitate that.
So how long have you been in prison now?
I have been, does that include the county jail prior to?
Yeah, like let's figure out total incarceration time.
So I was incarcerated from May 11th, 2021 until January 25th of 2022. I was reincarcerated April 23rd April 23rd of 2022 to November 3rd, I believe, of 2022, and then 2017 until 2022 until now.
Okay. So how long have you been sober? About 4 years, you said?
I've been clean and sober, I would say about 31 to 34 months.
Okay, good for you.
Thank you.
What do you think your chances are of staying with if paroled?
So my chances, if I'm granted parole, my chances are extremely high. During my time of incarceration, I've taken advantage of all of the opportunities that have been given to me. I immediately enrolled in a substance abuse treatment program, which was provided by Odyssey House. I completed and graduated that program as leadership. I immediately transitioned into the life skills program, which gave me 200 hours of sitting hours. During the program of Odyssey House, which is called CATS, that stands for Correctional Addiction Treatment Services, I completed the MRT program and also Inside Out Dad. When I was transitioned into prison, I immediately got with my caseworker. I knew I needed change and I needed rehabilitation. I also wanted to continue my recovery. It's something that's very important to me. I completed the CBI or CBT courses on the tablet. I was transitioned to Beaver County and I enrolled in the BRT program. However, due to medical issues, I was sent back to the prison. From there, I got with my case manager and I wanted to continue my recovery, and I asked him to enroll me in several different programs. I believe I've completed 15 or 17 programs. Some of those include Time Out for Men, Anger Management, Impact of Crime, Unlock Your Thinking, Ideas for Communication. I redid Inside Out Dad. I completed MRT once again. I did the CBI course, which is 10 months. I also completed Stephen Covey, 7 Habits for Highly Effective People. I just finished and completed and graduated Captain Your Story. I've maintained a full-time job. I get up at 5 in the morning. I have a routine. I work from 7 to 4. I also attend college through Snow College. I also am enrolled in Institute, and I just got on the list for the new pathway program that is provided by BYU.
So you also had no disciplinaries.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You've also had 0 disciplinaries. You've had no troubles. I mean, you've really been the model, what they call the model inmate. You've done well in treatment. You've stayed out of trouble. Your attitude is good. So, good for you. You deserve kudos for all of that.
Thank you. I've taken this opportunity to make the most of, and to not only prove to myself, to prove to others that this is the change that I want. I want to be an active member of the community, and I want to be able to transition into society and be a solid member of the community. I want to be someone that's not a hindrance or going to cause issues. I have proven by my behaviors and actions that I feel like I don't deserve a parole, but I've earned one.
Yeah, I think you have.
Thank you.
Okay. You owe a substantial amount of restitution. I saw that there was an agreement with the court that you'd be paying $1,000 a month towards restitution. Is that something you're still planning on doing?
Yeah, restitution is one of my main priorities. I know at the very beginning, I probably won't be able to sustain the $1,000 a month until I get back onto my feet. But I want to reiterate that I have an amazing support system. My parents are wonderful people. I have a comprehensive plan of entering back into society. I have a plan A and a plan B, depending on what happens in this hearing. My parents, they provide a safe living environment. They hold high moral standards and values, and they're not willing to compromise those values and morals. In fact, they volunteer at the prison they serve for the LDS church, and so they go to the prison weekly to help inmates and things like that. So they're willing to support me and help me.
So they know that you're not going to be able to pull over anything on them.
I'm sorry?
So you're not going to be able to pull over anything on your parents because they kind of know what's going on.
No, not at all. In fact, we've made that very clear that they'll support me as long as I'm law-abiding and clean and sober. If I veer from that path, then that support is no longer there. I also have a contingency plan. A part of my plans, both plans, I have treatment set up through Next Level to continue my recovery.
What are you going to do for work, sir?
So I have a couple of different opportunities. I worked for a company, it was called Rockwell Watches. I have an opportunity to do that again. The gentleman that owns it's also a pillar in the community. He's active member. He helps those that are in need, struggling with addiction. His name is Rich Agate, and I've had conversations with him that he's more than willing to take me back to help me get on my feet again. If that doesn't work out or I transition to another place, I worked for a company called Tavala prior to incarceration. I was a quality control assurance manager for them. They're willing to take me back as well. So I have a couple of different options. It'll take me probably 7 to 14 days to get something lined up that's in concrete.
Okay. You going to be willing to work with APP on your parole?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I want complete transparency.
Good. That's the first thing you need to do is report into your agent when you're released, and then work with them as far as treatment and work and everything else. You do that, you keep an open line of communication with your agent, you should do well.
I believe that a great support system as well. I don't look at an APP officer as a hindrance or someone that's against me. I look at them as somebody that's there to help me and support me and being successful.
You know, keep that attitude and they will be for sure.
Thank you.
What's the biggest thing that you've worked on for change or that you need to work on to continue positive change in your life?
So the positive changes that I've been working on in here is just, it's my way of thinking and staying clean and sober and law abiding. That's a major impact for me. If I'm going to be successful, I had to eliminate all of the negative people that were in my life. That was the first and foremost thing that I did when I got incarcerated. I eliminated everything that was negative in my life. I have a reconnection with my family again. I know that because of my behaviors and my actions, I've put a little bit of shame on them. And it's nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with what I was going through. But I lost that connection with them when I was going through these dark times. But I've reconnected with my family, have a great relationship with my brothers and sisters. My Aunt Helen is a great support for me. She helped me get my job at the government when I was working for them. She's a great support system. I talk to her on every other day, if not every day. My parents, I definitely talk to on a daily basis. And I have just a really good support system on the outside, as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to.
That's very true. What's the status of your relationship with your children?
As of right now, at one point, my son went to go live with my parents, and he was there for about a month. But unfortunately, when they had to have a signature by his mom to go to school in the place that they were living, she took that in a wrong direction. She thought that they were trying to take guardianship of him.
I see.
That's not the case. So she came and picked him up, and that's my second goal, is to get that connection back with him again.
Okay. Is she going to allow that, or is that something you're going to have to work through?
I think it's something I'm going to have to work with.
Okay.
But I'm willing to go down that path.
All right. How's your mental health doing, sir?
My mental health's great. Right now, I've never felt better. With all of these program classes that I've been able to take the opportunity to do, I've gained a lot of tools, not only for my way of thinking, but also with my mental health. I feel my mental health state is at its peak.
Cool. As far as your addiction issues go, what do you think your overall ability is to control that?
So my motivation and desires are completely different than they were when I was at my deepest and darkest time of addiction. I have zero desire to go back to that. I don't miss anything about it. I don't miss the despair that it brought. I'm looking for joy and happiness and success out of my life. I want to get back to the person that I used to be. And in order for that to happen, I have to maintain sobriety. It's no longer an impact in my life. I don't have any desires at all.
Excellent. Your physical health is okay?
Yep, I get up every morning at 5 o'clock and work out for about 45 minutes prior to going to work.
Okay. So you keep a very tight schedule.
I do. My days are filled with something every single hour. It's not very often I have very much downtime. But I wanted it to be that way while I'm in here, because that will make me, it'll help me to transition when I get back into society, if I'm granted this opportunity.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
There was only one question I have, and maybe I can get some clarification on it. A lot of people haven't been able to tell me what this actually means, but On my O-track or face sheet, is some people call it, it says I have a scheduled termination for March 21st of this year. Can I get some clarification on what that means?
Let's see what we got here. Well, your guideline date isn't until February 15th, 2026. Let me look at your page here. Your expiration date's on June 5th of 2042. Your scheduled termination date is a date they have to look at between the time that you were sentenced and paroled to your expiration date. And usually they'll take time off of that. It's not something that is going to be required to be terminated on, especially since your guideline is past that. They'll recalculate that once you go to parole.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to be very, very blunt with you. I was a little irritated with all the cases that you had. Reading through everything, I didn't like how you were taking advantage of people and their businesses just for large sums of money, and you were bilking the public. And I feel like after speaking with you, you're very serious about that, and how that's something that you don't want to continue to do in your life, that you see the importance of not doing that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Something that proving to me that is true is by all the work that you've been putting in your time while you've been incarcerated. That shows me that you truly are sorry, and that you would like to move in a different direction in your life where you will rejoin society and not be a menace, so to speak. I hope that is the case. And if you struggle, if you're paroled and you struggle, please reach out to your agent. They'll be the first people in line to help you. Be open with a therapist if you're in therapy. And continue to put in the effort that you put in here. You'll be very successful if you do.
Thank you. I appreciate your advice. I also appreciate the kind words that you said. That's exactly the direction that I'm going, and I am sincere and I am genuine.
Okay. Make it happen then, and hopefully we won't cross paths, and that will be a great thing as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels.
Good luck to you. We'll go ahead and conclude.
Thank you.
So right now they have it on mute right now. They do that from time to time. They'll turn it on shortly.
Set for an original hearing for Mr. Tyler Martin Gardner, offender number 232242. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gardner, my name is Robert Samuels, and I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. You'll be providing me a testimony today, so I'll need to place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to provide will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, did you get at least 7 days prior notice of this hearing? Did you get a blue pack and have time to go over it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Was there anything wrong in that information, or are we good to move forward?
No, everything was fine.
Okay, so we're here on a couple different cases. 191700396, unlawful control of a vehicle for over 24 hours, a third-degree felony. Case 211701789, one count of theft, a second-degree felony. Case 211100291, one count of failure to stop or respond at the command of a police officer, a third-degree felony. Case 211901092, failure to stop or respond at the command of a police officer, third-degree felony. Case 231903059, one count of theft, which the value equals or exceeds $5,000, a second-degree felony. And case 231903059, failure to respond to officer signal to stop, a third-degree felony. While I was preparing for this case, I read through the police reports on everything, and a couple things that didn't add up to me is, one, why you were taking vehicles that didn't belong to you. I mean, just not one, but multiple, and why you weren't stopping for the cops when they tried to pull you over, especially knowing that you would get caught. Eventually, you're going to get caught. So what was going on?
I just was going through a hard time in my life, and kind of didn't, I mean, I was bouncing around places, and in my mind, I thought it was okay, to take vehicles that no one was operating at the time, which I know it was wrong, but it just kind of was hard times. It was lack of money. My situation was bad, and I lost a job, stuff like that. So it's kind of just homeless, bouncing around in vehicles.
Were you using drugs at the time?
I think in some cases I was, not always though. Some of the earlier cases, I believe, but
What were you using?
I mean, probably some heroin in the early cases.
When did you start that?
It was years ago. I tried it just a little bit. I really can't recall exactly when, but it was quite a while ago.
Did you have a habit, or was it something that you could use and then not be on for a while?
Yeah, it was something I could use and kind of just go back to normal for a while, and then every once in a while I kind of use again.
So I had read that you planning on living by yourself in Salt Lake County and that you want to go to work in construction. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I'm doing my best, is just working.
Okay. Are you going to be able to work with APP?
Yes, of course. Yep.
So you were assessed as needing intensive outpatient drug treatment. Is that something you'll be interested in doing?
To be very honest with you, I mean, I don't have a problem with drugs at all anymore, and I have no problem with saying no to them. So I mean, and that's with all honesty, I do not have a drug problem anymore. But if it is something you would like me to do, then I would do that. But
Usually we go off of what is recommended by the assessment. What's the biggest thing you've been working on for long-term change?
well, since I've been incarcerated, mainly just self-help kind of stuff and the thought patterns, kind of correcting my thought patterns, mainly studying the Bible a lot, been a big thing. Spirituality, and then just staying healthy and staying busy doing good things, but mainly just staying away from all the negative things that can get me in trouble or bring me down.
Okay. That's usually a good thing. So on February 20th of 2024, they found brew in your cell. Was that yours?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Why did you do that?
This just the section I was in was, I don't know, just was something I did to kind of make a little bit of extra cash to get clothes and stuff like that.
Okay. And then also on February 20th, you were convicted of a BO2 of fighting assault and an A11 refuse order, resist arrest, or move aggravated. What was that about?
So I got in a fight with someone on the yard, and a couple other people jumped in. So I was fighting like 4 people, and I honestly wasn't really focused on what the commands were by the officer, because there was
4
people around. There was a fight going on, so I was kind of adrenaline going, stuff like that. But it was just misunderstanding between me and some people.
Okay. And you're working on your high school education now?
Yes, sir.
How is your schizophrenia doing?
Sorry, what was that?
How's your schizophrenia doing?
It's been a lot better. I don't really have as much symptoms anymore. I mean, I've just been just focusing on keep my mind busy, reading, exercising a lot, and then just a lot of reading, a lot of exercising, and surrounding myself with good people. And I've been doing all right. More clear thoughts.
So when you're around like negative people or bad influences, it kind of triggers your mental health.
Not always. It's just I just feel like I'm on the wrong path, kind of get paranoid in my own head, like kind of involving myself in the wrong groups or something like that, I'd say, I guess. So I start thinking too much a little bit and kind of hearing my conscience, you know, my little inner voice, I guess, talking too much. But if I'm just around good people doing good things, it's just I'm kind of more focused on the good conversations and the good things around.
What do you need to do? What do you need to continue to do to control your behavior?
Well, honestly, I've been down for like 2 years now. So, I mean, I've kind of seen if I choose to have the same behavior, what kind of life I'm choosing, and it's being incarcerated here in the prison system. And, you know, I don't want that life. So, I mean, pretty much all I have to do, I feel like now, is just be a productive member of society, follow the laws, you know, work, maybe go to a gym and stuff, kind of stay active, stay busy doing things like sports. And then just trying to be a father to my kids, you know, that's all the motivation I really need is my children.
Okay. All right, you've answered all my questions. I'm very appreciative of your time. Do you have anything for me?
No, not
Okay.
really. Just thank you for your time.
No, it's no problem. What will happen next is I'll get my report and recommendation to the board by the end of the day tomorrow. The board's a 5-person panel and it's a majority rule. So when 3 board members in agreement, that will be their decision. And you can expect to have that decision in writing probably within 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
Okay. I wish you the best of luck, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, thanks, Robert.
Thank you. Good to talk to you, Green.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
You too.